Chapter 299, Old Man Dugamu. From the outside, this mansion looked very good. The main reason was that the environment here was elegant and suitable for martial artists to cultivate. It was even more suitable for alchemy, and the spiritual qi was also dense. However, Li Lingtian could not understand why the original owner would give up on such a good place. He was puzzled by this. "Young master, please come in." Mu Yu led Li Lingtian to the main door. An elderly guard opened the huge stone door at the main door and allowed Li Lingtian and his companion to enter. After entering, Li Lingtian took a closer look at the mansion. The mansion looked like it was a few hundred years old, but the interior was in perfect condition. Man-made lakes, fake mountains, and so on were all available. Such a mansion was definitely the wealth of a large family. Now that it was being sold, he was really puzzled. What's the price? Also, why did the previous owner of this mansion sell this mansion? Li Lingtian spoke calmly as he looked at Mu Yu. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. The price did not matter, but he had to figure out the identity of the owner of the house to avoid trouble. "Young master," the original owner said that the price was 5 billion. It's not a small sum. The owner of this house used to be a big family, but it seems like he was summoned back later. The entire family moved, so he left this mansion behind. When Mu Yu heard Li Lingtian asking for the price, she carefully stated it. 5 billion, not 500,000. Even if it was 500,000, it was not something he could touch with his status. Even a large family might not be able to fork out 5 billion, let alone a young master. After saying that, she looked at Li Lingtian's face, curious to see the change in Li Lingtian's expression after hearing the price. However, Li Lingtian's expression did not change in the slightest. This disappointed Mu Yu as she wondered what Li Lingtian thought of the price. Let the person who made the transaction tell this young master that this young master wants this mansion. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pavilion in the man-made lake. He then sat down in the pavilion to enjoy the scenery of the lake. Mu Yu was shocked when she saw that Li Lingtian wanted this mansion. Even if Li Lingtian were to bargain with the person in charge of this mansion, it would not be much less than a few billion spiritual stones. To be able to take out billions, what kind of concept was that? After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the door and came to the old man's place. It was unknown what he was talking to the old man. Following that, the old man followed Mu Yu to the pavilion where Li Lingtian was. "Young master, this mansion was built by the old butler. All the title deeds and property rights of this mansion are in his hands." Mu Yu introduced the old man to Li Lingtian before taking a few steps back to allow the old man to discuss with Li Lingtian. "Hello, young master. I am Dugamu, the manager of this mansion. Since the clan head and the others have left, one have also left this place. If it wasn't for this mansion, would have left long ago." Dugamu greeted Li Lingtian with a nod but did not bow. This surprised Li Lingtian. In the divine martial continent, the strong were revered regardless of age. Yet, this old man was behaving in a manner that was neither humble nor respectful in front of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was taken aback. Dugamu was obviously from a large family. The fact that he was able to entrust such a mansion to an elder meant that the elder must have a high status. "I accept the price of this mansion because I want to know why you want to sell this mansion." Li Lingtian glanced at Dugamu before shifting his gaze to the lake. He was waiting for the old man's reply. The price was only 5 billion. To others, it was a shocking figure, but it was nothing in front of him. Patriarch doesn't have any enemies in the Azure continent. When we return to the main clan, we won't need this place anymore. The old man said simply and did not say anything else. "Alright, 5 billion. One want this mansion." Li Lingtian stood up. The old man spoke in a straightforward manner and understood what he meant. It was fine as long as he did not have any enemies. He did not want to be wronged. Since there was no problem with the mansion, there was no problem with the price. Mu Yu, who was standing at the side, saw that the two of them had actually decided on it with just a few words. They did not mention the price at all. All of this was completely beyond his imagination. 5 billion was such a huge sum, and he did not even mention the price. Just a little less would be enough for him to use for a lifetime. Next, the old man took out all the title deeds and property rights, as well as the blueprints of the mansion's buildings. There were also countless jade slips, all of which were the spell formations and restrictions in the mansion. Half an hour later, everything in the mansion was handed over to Li Lingtian. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian counted the 5 billion spiritual stones and handed them to Dugamu. After the transaction, Dugamu handed the 10,000 spiritual stones to Mu Yu and left. Li Lingtian did not realize that the old man had disappeared mysteriously after he left the mansion's main entrance. There was no spatial fluctuation at all, as if he had never appeared. This is your reward. If you're willing, I'll give you a chance. 1 foot 11 inches arrange this mansion for you and re-inventory this place. Li Lingtian tossed the 100,000 spiritual stones over and looked at Mu Yu. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This lowly one is willing to sacrifice myself for young master. Mu Yu was stunned and immediately became excited. There would definitely be benefits if she followed such a figure. Moreover, she was the first to arrive at such a huge mansion. In the future, with his status here, those who looked down on him in the past would also look at him in a new light. Here's 1 million low-grade spirit stones. I'll be staying here in 3 days. Li Lingtian tossed a storage pouch over as soon as he finished speaking. He then turned around and left the mansion. Naturally, he would not threaten a warrior spirit disciple. If this pair of disciples dared to escape with the spiritual stones, they would be dead meat. The more he behaved like this, the more this warrior spirit disciple would not dare to act recklessly. This was a type of psychology. When Li Lingtian returned to the inn, he saw that Qingling and Ge were still cultivating. He did not disturb them and entered his room to cultivate. During this period of time, he had been cultivating the heaven and earth reincarnation technique continuously. He had refined the pills into true qi and finally reached rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. The difference between a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster and a tier 8 martial arts grandmaster was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, it was even easier to control skills and treasures. His cultivation was improving, his skills were improving, and all kinds of treasures were automatically nourishing in his dantian. He did not have to worry. The only thing he needed to do was to train and practice his skills. He had even more time to comprehend the pill techniques and recipes. He had already refined the medicinal pill with the 5th grade pill formula. Now, he needed to refine the 6th grade dust cleansing pill. This pill formula was obtained from the ancient cave dwelling. The wonder of the pill was also a top-notch existence among the 6th grade. On this day, Li Lingtian left the inn with Ge and Qingling and headed toward the mansion. Along the way up the mountain, countless warriors were stunned. If their gazes could kill, Li Lingtian would have died countless times over. Wow, what a huge mansion! Qingling was stunned when she saw everything in the mansion. Even the big families in Moonrise City would find it hard to compete with this mansion. Ge didn't mind because she wasn't interested in these things. Also, the environment of the immortal spirit realm was definitely like a fairyland. This place could only be described as a place to settle down. A place with Li Lingtian was a good place. Young master, is this mansion ours? Qingling turned to Li Lingtian in surprise and asked expectantly. If there was such a place, it would be as good as a top-notch cave abode in Moonrise City in the future. Yes, I'll buy this place. We'll live here from now on. Li Lingtian smiled and nodded before leading Ge and the other two inside. At this moment, Mu Yu ran up and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian. She was also stunned when she looked at Qing Ling and Ji Yi, but she quickly sensed something. "Greetings, young master." After Mu Yu bowed to Li Lingtian, she revealed a curious expression. She wondered how the two peerless beauties beside Li Lingtian should be addressed. "This is my younger sister. Her name is Qing Ling, she is my personal maid. If you have any questions, you can ask her in the future. She represents me." Li Lingtian spoke indifferently as he walked in. When he mentioned Qing Ling, he emphasized that she could handle the matters in the mansion when he cultivated in the future. "Greetings, Mississippi." "Greetings, Miss Qing Ling." Mu Yu was stunned for a moment and quickly greeted Ji Yi and Qing Ling. Although Qing Ling was only young master's maid, she was his personal maid and could represent young master. He naturally didn't dare to offend her. Mu Yu led Li Lingtian to the courtyard at the back. The place had been tidied up. It was originally the residence of the family head's family, so they didn't need to take care of it. At the back was a separate courtyard, which was almost a condensed version of the mansion. Li Lingtian was surprised by the luxurious environment. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the other two stayed in the backyard. Li Lingtian had turned the place into a restricted area and no one was allowed to enter. Mu Yu could live with other servants outside, but there were only 20 maids and a dozen servants in the mansion. These people specialized in taking care of the mansion. It would take a few days just to take care of such a large mansion. Within a few days, Li Lingtian and the other two had gotten used to the place. Li Lingtian also began to cultivate earnestly and comprehend alchemy. If he wanted to gain a foothold here, he had to have his own strength. This time, he could not be too ostentatious. If it was the same as Moonrise City, he would cry to death. That would not be too unjust. In soliciting Moon City, the other forces did not dare to provoke the Divine Pill Dispensary. Even the Yen clan had been wiped out by him. However, in the end, he had offended the House of Storms and the Ping clan. If he were to get into trouble in Qinglan City, things would not be so simple. Qinglan City was tens of thousands of times larger than Moonrise City. Chapter 300, Alchemist Conference, 1. In the mansion, Li Lingtian and the other two were cultivating in peace. Mu Yu was in charge of the matters below, and there were also 40 to 50 servants. For such a large mansion, dozens of servants were extremely rare. However, Li Lingtian did not need too many servants as Mu Yu was in charge of these matters. This mansion had also been changed to the Li Mansion. Even if the owner of such a place changed, no one would notice. Days passed, and the mansion was extremely quiet. Some of the servants were also given cultivation resources and the dozens of servants were extremely grateful to Li Lingtian. On this day, Li Lingtian had just finished cultivating. When he heard the commotion outside, he smiled curiously and strolled out. When he arrived at the front courtyard, he saw dozens of servants discussing something and looking very excited. When they saw Li Lingtian come out, they stopped in their tracks and hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings, young master." Dozens of servants and maids bowed respectfully. Although Li Lingtian had brought them along well and they never lacked cultivation resources, they dared not be rude to this young master. What were you guys talking about? It's so lively." Li Lingtian nodded with a smile. He then sat on a stone bench and looked at the servants and maids. When they arrived at the mansion, with these servants in the mansion, the entire mansion would become more lively. "Young master, the alchemist grand meeting that is held once every 10 years in Qinglan City is about to begin. The meeting will begin in 5 days. Any alchemist can participate. If you win the championship, you will receive a generous reward, as well as an alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild. Furthermore, as long as one becomes an alchemy grandmaster, they can also obtain the certification of an alchemy grandmaster. a servant reported the news from outside. Every time the alchemy grand meeting was held, countless young geniuses would appear. These people were also the targets that every faction would fight over. Moreover, this would directly affect the distribution of medicinal pill resources in the next 10 years in Qinglan City. After the servant's explanation, Li Lingtian finally understood that the so-called Alchemist Convention was a time for alchemists to be certified. The Alchemist Guild was one of the few super forces in the Divine Martial Continent. Such a guild was not a single force, but countless powerful alchemist organizations. In other words, this was an alliance of alchemists. Once an alchemist joined the Alchemist Guild, no one would dare to offend the alchemist easily, because the alchemist also had companions. In the Divine Martial Continent, there were many others who tried to stop them, such as the Weapon Refinery Guild, the Mercenary Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and the Array Dao Guild. These guilds were the top forces in the Divine Martial Continent. The Alchemist Guild did not even appear in Green Island because the strength of Green Island did not have the qualifications to establish an Alchemist Guild at all. Even in the Azure Continent, there were only 4 Alchemist Guilds. These 4 Alchemist Guilds only existed in the 4 super cities. There was an Alchemist Guild in Qinglan City. Although it was only a branch, it was powerful and no one dared to provoke it. Offending this guild was equivalent to offending the entire Divine Martial Continent's Alchemist Guild. Call Mu Yu over. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Since he had nothing better to do, he would like to verify his alchemy skills with these proud alchemists to see if there was any difference between his alchemy skills and other alchemy skills. It was not good to work behind closed doors. Alchemy exchange was absolutely indispensable for alchemists. In the past, they simply did not have the time. Moreover, he mainly spent his time on cultivation. As for alchemy, it was all for the sake of refining medicinal pills for himself. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, there was an important problem. After he entered the Alchemist Guild, his future would be much smoother. Soon, Mu Yu jogged over and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." He was about to get angry when he heard that someone was disturbing him. However, when he heard that young master was looking for him, his anger was instantly extinguished. He was extremely worried. He didn't know what he had done wrong to let young master summon him directly. Give this young master a name. 1 foot 11 inches go and have some fun too. Let's see what kind of genius alchemist will appear. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face as if he did not care at all. Li Lingtian was the only one who could call refining pills a game. All the servants' faces turned green. Their young master actually thought of alchemy as a game. They were really speechless. Young master wants to participate in the Grand Alchemist meeting? Mu Yu was stunned. Although the threshold to participate in this Alchemist Grand meeting was very low, if a martial artist who wasn't an alchemist participated, they would be severely punished. His young master was powerful, but he had never seen his young master cultivate or refine pills. Your current job is getting better and better. Li Lingtian glared at Mu Yu with a sharp gaze. Mu Yu felt a chill run down her spine as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Please forgive me, young master. Please forgive me. Mu Yu's heart was about to die. If she provoked young master, she would lose her job. Young master had never failed before and everything was under his control. It seemed that he wanted to see the world by participating in the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Just this time. Li Lingtian stood up and turned around to head to the backyard. Since he was going to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meet, he should go through his alchemy skills so that he would not panic. Although the Dongling family in Qinglan City was not as powerful as the Yi family and the Lan family on the surface, they were extremely powerful in secret. One of the main reasons was that the Dongling family had 7 spirit alchemists. The entire clan focused on pill refinement. There were 7 spirit alchemists, hundreds of pill grandmasters, and thousands of pill masters. Almost all of the disciples below could refine pills. Such a family had countless loyal guards and countless super experts. The Dongling clan had tens of thousands of years of history in Qinglan City and had always controlled the pill resources in Qinglan City. Even the pill shops opened by alchemists from other factions would be suppressed by the Dongling clan. The final victor of every grand alchemist meet would always belong to the Dongling clan. Even if there were external alchemists, they would still join the Dongling clan in the end. After this alchemist grand meeting ends, it will be time for my Dongling clan to reshuffle the ranks of the Azure Mist City. Get everyone ready to wipe out the Yi clan and Lan clan in one fell swoop. Dongling Mutian said coldly. His face was filled with cruelty and coldness. His entire body emitted a shocking aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. The Dongling family had been in hiding for tens of thousands of years. They were finally going to regain their glory. The Yi and Lan families had always been suppressing the Dongling family, but no one could see the Dongling family's strength clearly. Even the Yi and Lan families didn't dare to make a move against the Dongling family. Furthermore, there was another problem. The 7 spirit alchemists of the Dongling clan were members of the Alchemist Guild. If they were to touch the Dongling clan, they would also offend the Alchemist Guild. Clan leader, it's not difficult to wipe out the Lan clan and the Yi clan. Our Dongling clan's dark nether pill can cause a martial honor to temporarily lose their cultivation. By then, hee. Dongling Yunqing chuckled as he spoke. It was as if he saw that the Qinglan city belonged to his Dongling clan. In the secret room of the Dongling clan, a dozen core members were discussing. A conspiracy was slowly spreading out, and behind the calm, there was a huge wave. Qinglan City became more and more lively. Countless alchemists from the surrounding cities rushed over to verify their pill Dao. In the entire Azure continent, there were only 4 alchemist guilds. Moreover, there would only be an alchemist guild meeting every 10 years. Some alchemists who thought that their alchemy skills were powerful naturally wanted to have an alchemist guild badge. With an alchemist badge, one's worth skyrocketed because having the badge of the Alchemist Guild also proved that one was a truly powerful alchemist. All of a sudden, the entire Qinglan city was unprecedentedly lively. Every inn was overcrowded. The Qinglan square was 100 miles wide. There were countless alchemists around the square. The Alchemist Guild was established here because the spirit qi and the earth core fire here were suitable for alchemy. Every pill refining room was sealed by countless restrictions. This way, no one would fake or cause trouble. At the center of the square was a high platform with a radius of 200 meters. On the high platform were countless densely packed seats. Those who could sit in these seats were either martial honors, top-notch martial emperors, or representatives of large families and forces, as well as representatives of families who had traveled all over the city. In other words, the people who were able to have a seat on the high platform were all experts of the Azure continent, and they were all famous figures. Early in the morning, the Green Mist Square was filled with people. Although the first day of the alchemy competition was only an elimination, countless martial artists wanted to see the famous experts of the Azure continent. One heard that this time, the Heavenly Wind Spirit Pill Master is going to test the strength of a peak level 6 Spirit Pill Master. Not only that, it seems like countless super experts have come this time. Moreover, the experts of the 10 great families and the 3 great forces have all come. Really? It's going to be lively this time. The pill refiner who is hosting this round is a super pill refiner sent by Qingyun Realm. One think he is a pill saint. Other than a saint alchemist, there are also 10 level 6 spirit alchemists. The lineup this time really isn't small. The Grand Alchemist meet this time is so powerful. One wonder who will be the champion and become the Alchemist King this time. There were discussions everywhere. Countless cultivators had chosen the best seats and were waiting for the arrival of some of the Azure continent's super experts. Early in the morning, Li Lingtian left the mansion with Qing Ling and Ge, followed by a dozen servants. Ge was wearing a cloak made of light gauze. Although it covered Ge's peerless appearance, it could not hide her peerless charm. Even without looking at her face, seeing her exquisite body and her mysterious and beautiful temperament made her even more mysterious. Her temperament and grace could not be concealed. Li Lingtian did not wish for Ge's beauty to attract the attention of the world. It would be troublesome if Ge caused trouble for him. Although Ge wasn't willing, he felt relieved when he thought that no one would be able to see him after he wore the veil. In her heart, she hated those people's gazes. She could only let her big brother see them. Chapter 301, Pill Master Yun Yuan, 1. Wow, so many people. It's too lively here. Looking at the sea of people on Qinglan Square, Ge exclaimed. She had never seen so many people before. There were at least tens of thousands of people here. It was impossible to find a person buried inside. Qing Ling was also extremely excited when she saw such a lively place. She had never seen such a scene before. Mu Yu led Li Lingtian and the others to the center of the plaza. He had already arranged for someone to find a spot there. Although it could not be compared to the high platform, this seat was still very good. It was the best grandstand. If one wanted to go to the high platform, this was not a problem that could be solved by spirit stones, because only people with status could go up. As soon as Li Lingtian and the others found their positions, a series of figures flashed in the air and a powerful aura filled the space. Countless experts came to the high platform. In just a moment, more than half of the 300 seats on the high platform were occupied. Only a few seats were empty. Moreover, these empty seats were all at the front. Swoosh, 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 swoosh swoosh swoosh. The air trembled again as 10 elders flew over. After arriving on the high platform, the 10 elders looked at each other and nodded in greeting. Everyone knew that these 10 old men were one of the judges, the spirit alchemists. The great alchemist meet that happens once every 10 years is just about to begin. At this moment, the leader of the Dongling clan, Dongling Mutian, announced loudly. As one of the major clans of the Azure Mist City and an alchemy clan, the Dongling clan would naturally be present in this grand event. Please welcome Pill Master Yun Yuan of the Immortal Realm. The Eastern Tomb Mutian simply announced the start of the alchemist grand meeting, and then he respectfully called out to the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, countless ancient martial art practitioners below were boiling. What kind of existence was a saint alchemist? He was a godlike existence in alchemy. Not only that, this saint alchemist was also an expert from the immortal realms. His status was extremely transcendent. Even the 3 supreme powers of the northern Dark Azure continent wouldn't dare to easily offend him. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint? There really is a saint alchemist. You're an alchemist who refines grade 7 pills. Even a martial honor or martial emperor can't raise their cultivation without a grade 7 pill. Alchemy Saint, there's no alchemy saint in the Azure continent. I heard that this pill master is one of the top 10 pill masters in the immortal realm. A saint alchemist is an existence that even a martial emperor would not easily offend. For a moment, before the saint alchemist appeared, countless warriors began to discuss enviously. No one was not envious and respectful. A saint alchemist was a godlike existence in the alchemy path. This was a true pill refiner, refining a level 7 pill. No matter how trashy a level 7 pill was, it was not something a level 6 could compare to. There was an insurmountable gap between rank 6 and rank 7. Li Lingtian was extremely curious as well, but he was not envious at all. It was just that he did not have enough time. If he could improve his strength, he might become a holy alchemist as well. Naturally, he did not know how rare a saint alchemist was. Even in a place like the Azure continent, where there were many experts, there was not a single saint alchemist. Alchemy saint masters gathered in the distant and mysterious divine continent. Most of the time, these alchemy saint masters were in the immortal realm. A light shield appeared in the sky, and a white-bearded elder floated over. He looked like a celestial being in the immortal realm, with a faint smile on his face. "Your Excellency, Pill Saint. Your Excellency, Pill Saint." Countless cheers rang out, and every martial artist had a crazy expression on their faces. The existence of a saint alchemist was even more transcendent than a 9th-level martial honored realm expert. They could even be called an existence like a martial emperor. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Although the old man was protected by a light shield, he was emanating a powerful alchemy Dao aura. Moreover, he could not tell the cultivation strength of this old man at all. He did not know what realm he had reached. After Pill Master Yun Yuan arrived at the high platform, he extended his hand to greet all the martial artists and then sat on the high platform. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but this trace of expression disappeared in a flash. No one noticed at all that a saint alchemist of the immortal realm naturally looked down on these trash martial artists. Following that, the representatives of the 3 super forces arrived one after another. There were also representatives of the large families from other cities who arrived on the high platform one after another. Half an hour later, the high platform was filled with people. Li Lingtian scanned the platform with his divine perception and found that the people on the platform were either martial emperors, martial honors, alchemists, or some super-favored sons of heaven. This time, the Grand Alchemist Meet will be held once every 10 years. Just like the past, the participating alchemists will go through the first round of the competition and concoct the best pills in the shortest amount of time possible. Those who fail will be eliminated. After everyone arrived, Dongling Mutian announced the rules of the competition. Following that, Li Lingtian handed Little White to Ge and instructed the 2 of them to wait there while he walked forward alone. If he wanted to participate in the competition, he would naturally start from the very beginning with a first-grade medicinal pill. When he arrived at the waiting area for the competition, Li Lingtian was stunned. There were thousands of people competing. How long would it take for such a competition? However, he soon understood that these pill refiners were all competing in batches. The first round is a test of a first-grade vitality pill. The Eastern Tu Mutian announced the name of the pill. Then, the 1,500th person entered the ranks of the alchemists. Li Lingtian was resting on the spot. Those who entered the alchemist class would receive a token and prepare their own materials and cauldrons. Li Lingtian's face was filled with helplessness when he saw these alchemists. He did not know how long he would have to wait for his turn with thousands of people. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, not worrying about the competition. Finally, after 3 hours, it was Li Lingtian's turn. The place where Li Lingtian was at was also the last batch of alchemists. Although Li Lingtian was meditating during this period of time, he had a clear understanding of the outside world. The time limit for a first-grade medicinal pill was half an hour. If it was more than half an hour, one would lose the qualification to compete and would also be eliminated. When Li Lingtian entered the apothecary hall, he saw that there was no obstruction at all as the entire place was filled with the geocentric flame. Every apothecary had chosen their own place. In such a place, it was simply impossible to refine pills in peace. It seemed that this competition was also a test of the state of mind of an alchemist. An alchemist's state of mind was inextricably linked to his alchemy skills. If he couldn't even refine a grade 1 pill in such a place, he wouldn't be considered a qualified alchemist. There were 500 alchemists at a time and Li Lingtian's batch had 700 alchemists. A huge alchemist was not so much an alchemist as a small square. All the warriors sat on the ground and began to choose the materials. Time was very important in refining pills. If they exceeded the time limit, they would be eliminated. Beside Li Lingtian, a young man had a look of disdain on his face. He did not even bother with the other alchemists. Instead, he played with the cauldron in his hand in a leisurely manner. Li Lingtian watched as the other alchemists began to refine elixirs with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to mind at all. It was just a first-grade essence cultivating pill, and it didn't even take a few minutes. In the past, he only needed 10 minutes to refine a cauldron of essence cultivating pills. Now that his cultivation and alchemy Dao had improved, he only needed a few minutes to refine essence cultivating pills. Humph. The young alchemist snorted softly when he saw that Li Lingtian did not start refining. His alchemy skills were powerful, so there was naturally no need to be so anxious. Li Lingtian did not react. Instead, he wore a faint smile on his face as he looked around at the other refining techniques. This was a rare opportunity. He had never seen anyone refine pills before. Naturally, he would not waste this opportunity. As the seconds ticked by, Li Lingtian did not start refining the pills. The young man beside him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. The two of them seemed to be wasting time. Some alchemists also saw that the two of them did not make a move. On the high platform, on a huge crystal stone, the alchemists could see everything clearly. They were puzzled when they saw that Li Lingtian and the young man did not make a move. 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes passed. A trace of anger appeared on the young man's face. Could it be that this fellow did not want to compete anymore? It had already been 15 minutes, yet he still did not make a move. The fastest he could do was 12 minutes. Let's see how long you can last. The young man couldn't hold it in any longer and said coldly. He still had a few minutes to waste. When the time came, he would see how he would be eliminated if he couldn't refine it. At that time, he would still let him be arrogant. Idiot. Li Lingtian shot the young man a disdainful look before he spoke coldly. He didn't want to go against this young man. In other places, he didn't dare to say anything, but in alchemy, he really didn't fear anyone. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when you're eliminated. Dongling Hao coldly spoke. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. He had actually been scolded by this young man. When had the lofty Dongling Hao ever been scolded like this? Li Lingtian did not say another word. He wanted to see how long this fellow could last. Time flew by quickly. 18 minutes had passed and Dongling Hao could no longer remain calm as he glared at Li Lingtian. This time was his limit. If he did not make a move now, he would be eliminated this time. He had already regarded Li Lingtian as someone who had given up on himself. Otherwise, why would he not start refining pills now? He didn't believe that there was anyone who could concoct pills faster than him. He snorted coldly and threw the cauldron. The cauldron floated above the geocentric flame, and all kinds of medicinal herbs were thrown in. Dongling Hao is indeed the genius of the Dongling Pill clan. His pill concocting skills are so proficient that he has entered a state of selflessness when concocting pills. Not bad, the Dongling family has another spirit pill master. You dare to make a move after 18 minutes. You're pretty confident. But that young man didn't make a move. Is he going to give up? He should have given up. At first, one thought that this young man was going to fight with Dongling Hao. So it turns out that he was going to give up. For a moment, some of the experts on the high platform discussed with smiles on their faces. Now that Dongling Hao had made his move but Li Lingtian had not, everyone assumed that Li Lingtian had given up. Chapter 302, Shocking Pill Technique, 1. Not only RHE experts on the high platform, but even the martial artists on the square could see everything inside the alchemist. Because there were also a few huge crystal stones in the square, everything inside could be seen clearly. Seeing Li Lingtian give up just like that, they were filled with contempt. As an alchemist, he actually gave up during the competition. Moreover, he was still so arrogant after giving up. Even he felt embarrassed. What's wrong with Big Brother? Why aren't you attacking? Ge grew anxious when she saw that Li Lingtian was still standing there without making a move. Although she did not care about anything, she still thought that her big brother was the best. Young master disdains to compete with these people, Qing Ling said as she stood beside Ge. She was the one who shocked Li Lingtian's speed and quality of alchemy. This little bit of time was not a problem for Li Lingtian. 20 minutes had passed, and many martial artists had already left the alchemist. They either failed or left successfully. For those who failed, 20 minutes had passed, so it was naturally impossible for them to refine pills again. As the numerous alchemists gradually left, the warriors on the square and the powerhouses on the platform no longer paid any attention to Li Lingtian because he had given up. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, Is he going to refine pills? It was unknown if it was from the high platform or the plaza, but a voice rang out. Instantly, everyone looked into the crystal and toward Li Lingtian's seat. The young man who was supposed to give up the competition took out a palm-sized pill cauldron at a moderate speed. Then, he looked at the cauldron seriously and waved his hand. The cauldron floated in the air and a flame was cast from his hand to quickly warm it. He wants to refine pills. 20 minutes have passed and you're only taking action now? Isn't this a joke? Don't tell me he doesn't use the core fire? He wants to use his own primordial fire to concoct pills. He's not simple. Alchemists who use primordial fire to concoct pills are not simple. Countless warriors and powerhouses were looking at Li Lingtian. All eyes were focused on him. Even Pill Master Yun Yuan, who had been keeping his eyes closed and not speaking, opened his eyes because of the noise from the people outside. A trace of impatience appeared on his face, but when he saw the situation inside the crystal, he could not help but become serious. Li Lingtian calculated the time and realized that it was about time to begin. He could refine it in a few minutes, but he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he would lose face if he was eliminated in the first round. With a flick of his consciousness, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, the power of the flames of the flaming sacred body circulated. It was obviously impossible to refine pills by relying on the earth core flame. Only by controlling the flames himself could he be confident and easily control them. Warming the cauldron, selecting the medicinal herbs, and placing them in. His technique was refined and practiced, and his proficiency was almost like flowing water. There was no pause at all. He flipped his hands and cast spells one after another. The flames under the cauldron kept changing like an obedient child. Dongling Hao, who was beside him, felt a wave of disdain when he saw Li Lingtian attempting to refine pills. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's technique and speed, he was stunned. This technique was definitely something that could only be mastered after a long time of practice. Even a grandmaster would not be able to match this technique. However, he still could not believe that Li Lingtian would succeed. Outside, on the square and on the high platform, all the cultivators were stunned. All of this was not alchemy at all, but an art that made people's minds follow the movements of those slender and clean hands. What exquisite techniques! Lan He and the alchemist were stunned by Li Lingtian's technique. This kind of technique was definitely what a pill refiner pursued. Even if the refinement was unsuccessful, just this technique alone would conquer everyone. He's really well hidden. He actually treats alchemy as an art. He's not simple. It depends on whether he can refine the medicinal pill in this short amount of time. It's absolutely unimaginable to refine a pill in 10 minutes. Big Brother's pill refining technique is so beautiful. There was a flurry of discussion outside. Ge was also stunned. She had seen Li Lingtian refine pills before, but she did not pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that his technique was too beautiful. It had nothing to do with alchemy at all, but in everyone's hearts, it was a rigid image. How could they associate such an art together? Pill completed. Collect the pills. Li Lingtian's face was filled with concentration as he refined all 7 herbs. His divine consciousness was focused on the medicinal liquid as the flames in his hand intensified and the cauldron began to spin. In a moment, a series of light shadows flashed. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A suction force sucked the light shadow into it before he put away the cauldron and turned around to leave. When they left, they handed the pills they had refined to the 2 spirit alchemists at the door. Every successful pill refiner had to leave the pills they had refined so that they could be evaluated. 6 minutes. An alchemist said numbly. After he finished speaking, he couldn't believe what he had just said. 6 minutes was simply nonsense. It was not alchemy, and it was not a joke because no one could refine pills in 6 minutes. Not only him, all the martial artists in the square were stunned. 6 minutes? The pill refinement is over? 1. 6 minutes. Was it a success or a failure? It should have failed. Who can refine a medicinal pill in 6 minutes? That's not right. It's impossible to keep a pill that has failed to be refined. To successfully refine it in 6 minutes, isn't this too terrifying? The refinement is completed just like that? All the warriors who witnessed Li Lingtian's refining process were mesmerized by his exquisite technique. However, they stopped in the end. They were all puzzled. Could it be that the pill refinement was completed in a few minutes? Shoo. Dongling Hao, who was refining pills at the side, turned pale. He had witnessed Li Lingtian refining pills with his own eyes. Moreover, he had been wasting his time with Li Lingtian. He did not expect the other party to finish refining pills earlier than him. What kind of person was this? Furthermore, he had actually succeeded. Based on the fragrance of the elixir, Dongling Hao was certain that Li Lingtian had succeeded in refining the elixir. He was deeply traumatized. He had looked down on her just now, but he did not expect her to completely ignore his existence. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. All the alchemists had left. Countless alchemists had disappointed expressions on their faces. They really couldn't succeed in refining pills in such a short time. Today's pill refinement competition ends here. The results will appear on the announcement board. The pill refiners who will continue to participate tomorrow will also appear on the announcement board. When the Eastern Tu Mutian saw that all the pill refiners had completed their competition, he announced loudly. The rest would depend on the 10 pill refiners and pill master Yun Yuan. These pills would be evaluated by 11 pill refiners. Li Lingtian returned to where Ji and the others were and led Ji and Qingling out of the plaza. The servants in the mansion stayed behind to see the results. Although the competition had ended, these pill refiners had to be judged in public. This way, it W7 would appear fair and just. Countless warriors looked at Li Lingtian with envy. The 2 peerless beauties beside him were alchemists. They witnessed the process of refining pills and were extremely impressed by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. Li Lingtian did not return to the mansion. Instead, he brought Ji and Qingling along for a stroll on the streets. The girls did not feel tired even when they strolled along the streets. However, they didn't know that the square was already in chaos. 6,000 people competed in pill refinement, and more than 4,000 people competed. However, less than 1,000 people succeeded in pill refinement in half an hour. In other words, there were less than 1,000 people who could become alchemists. The judging process was also very fast. As long as the pill refinement was successful, the time frame, and the quality were good, the winner would be considered. They could also enter the next round of the competition. An alchemist judge exclaimed, and everyone looked over. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen was holding a pill in his hand. His face was filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. His expression changed rapidly. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen, what's wrong? Spirit alchemist Lan He looked at Spirit alchemist Moon Yen and asked in confusion. As an alchemist, one's state of mind was the calmest and also the most patient. Moon Yen's appearance was a little off. The other spirit alchemists were all smiling because there were actually quite a number of people who had refined high-grade essence cultivating pills in this competition. Although it was only a high-grade first-grade medicinal pill, this was enough to prove the improvement of alchemy. Moreover, high-grade medicinal pills did not mean that the longer one refined the medicinal pill, the better the quality of the medicinal pill. The quality of this medicinal pill was completely dependent on one's talent. Although quality was related to experience, it was not the main factor. With so many people refining high-grade pills this time, in another few decades or a few centuries, the Alchemist Guild might have many more spirit alchemists. Supreme grade essence cultivating pill. Spirit alchemist Moon Yen stuttered, his eyes unable to move away from the pill. Although this voice was not loud, many experts and alchemists on the high platform heard it. What is it? Let me take a look at the peerless essence cultivating pill. Pill Master Yun Yuan also became spirited and shouted at Pill Master Moon Yen in a commanding tone. His face revealed a curious and doubtful expression. Then, Alchemist Moon Yen handed over 10 pills to the other alchemists and the jade bottle to Alchemist Yun Yuan. Shoo. As expected of the legendary peerless medicinal pill. A peerless essence cultivating pill. Such pure quality. This is the first time I've seen a legendary peerless pill. One didn't expect someone to actually refine a peerless pill. Is it from the Dongling clan? Looks like only the Dongling clan has such a pill Dao genius. What? A peerless medicinal pill has appeared? That's impossible, right? Supreme-grade medicinal pills are legendary existences. Even a saint alchemist can't refine them. Look at those alchemists. They definitely can't be fake. All the alchemists stood up with excited expressions on their faces. To alchemists, seeing a peerless pill was undoubtedly like seeing a peerless beauty. Following that, the martial artists in the square also discovered that something was wrong. They all knew that a peerless medicinal pill had appeared. Immediately, countless martial artists began to discuss. That's right. It's a peerless medicinal pill, a peerless origin cultivating pill. Grandmaster Yun Yuan said. As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud bang. All the warriors and experts were excited. They didn't expect that the legendary peerless pill would actually be refined. Flower drop thanks all the readers for their support. I'm giving out red packets during the new year. Starting from February 2015, I'll give out red packets ranging from 100 to 500 yuan every night at 8 p.m. Group ID 3157729006. For 22751359, you have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 303, The Shocked Dongling Hao. They were all guessing who the pill refiner was. They all thought that it was a genius pill refiner from the Dongling clan. Could it be that Dongling Hao's pill concocting skills have improved? Dongling Mutian was also shocked. In the Azure continent, only the Dongling clan was strong in alchemy. Furthermore, Dongling Hao was one of the strongest in the competition. However, the next sentence from Pill Master Yun Yuanqing sent him straight to the 18th level of hell. The one who refined the supreme grade pill is the alchemist who only took 6 minutes, Li Ling Tian. Pill Master Yun Yuan looked at the jade bottles and the information on them. On the jade bottles left behind by each pill master, there was a name and time. What? It's that alchemist who only used 6 minutes to refine a peerless medicinal pill, Damn, isn't this heaven-defying? A pill refined in 6 minutes is actually a peerless pill. What's going on? Refining peerless pills in 6 minutes, could it be that he's also an alchemy saint? That's impossible. Even a saint alchemist can't refine a supreme-grade pill. The square was in an uproar. He had successfully refined the pill in 6 minutes, and the pill he had refined was a peerless existence. Countless martial artists began to search for that figure, but in the vast sea of people, where could they still see that figure? Where's Li Lingtian? All the warriors wanted to know where Li Lingtian had gone. They wanted to know about this amazing alchemist. How is that possible? Dongling Hao's face was completely pale. He had refined a high-grade medicinal pill, and it had only taken him 12 minutes. With this speed and quality, he could look down on everyone else. However, he did not expect that the young man he despised actually refined a peerless medicinal pill. He recalled the scene in the pill refining room. That young man had called him an idiot, and he was still angry. It turned out that in front of that young man, he had always been a clown. Today, the alchemy competition ends. We'll continue tomorrow. The Eastern Tomb Mutian received the order from Pill Master Yun Yuan and announced the end of today's competition. All the cultivators gradually left, but there was only one person left in their hearts. It was the young man in the pill refining room, because this young man had refined the legendary peerless pill. Li Lingtian? The person the little princess knows seems to be Li Lingtian too. Could it be the same person? Lan Yufeng said coldly. As a representative of the Queen's palace, he had never expected to see a peerless pill in the competition. Moreover, he had heard of this name before. Moreover, he was the target of his extermination. Grand Commander, should we eliminate them secretly? The eldest princess has said that we should eliminate all the people on Shun Mei, her side. A young guard looked at Lan Yu Peak and asked in a low voice. Although he was no longer outside, he was still worried that the walls had ears. Whether this Li Lingtian is the one mentioned by the eldest princess or not, we must kill him. It's better to kill 1,000 wrongly than to let one person go. You'll do this without leaving any traces. Lan Yufeng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said. After that, he made a killing gesture. The young man bowed and left when he saw Lan Yufeng. In the courtyard of an inn in Qinglan City, a few powerful warriors were sitting cross-legged with a thoughtful look on their faces. After an unknown period of time, the old man in the lead spoke. This Li Lingtian must be Prince Wind Spirit's brother. One never expected him to be able to refine a peerless grade pill. It seems like he's in trouble this time. The old man in the lead was Duanmu He, an inner elder of the Wind Moon Palace. He was also the representative of the Wind Moon Palace. Prince Wind Spirit never expected to meet such a brother on his first trip. He's really lucky. However, judging from the people from the Queen's palace, Li Lingtian is in big trouble this time. Should we make a move? When the time comes, it can be considered a favor in front of the prince. Ling Yu said. She had witnessed Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. With such a powerful alchemist, she could seek his help in the future when she needed elixirs. No, this is an internal matter of the Queen's palace. If the House of Storms were to deal with Li Lingtian, it's not against the rules for us to take action. Moreover, Prince Windchime is obsessed with martial arts, but the other princes might not let Prince Wind Spirit off. Therefore, we should try not to get involved. Duanmu He muttered to himself for a long time before coming to a decision. The Queen's palace had internal conflicts, and so did his Wind Moon Palace. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that he had become the center of attention. His refinement of a peerless grade pill had caused a sensation. He had no idea how sensational the peerless pills in Moonrise City were. But this time, it was refined in front of all the martial artists. This situation was even more shocking. Big brother, Ge is a little hungry. Ge and Qingling strolled around for 3 hours with Li Lingtian trailing behind them. He looked exhausted. It was the most painful to go shopping with a girl. He would rather fight with a martial honor than go shopping like this. Alright, let's find a place to eat something, but we have to go back after eating. One still have a competition tomorrow. Li Lingtian felt relieved. Fortunately, these two ladies were hungry or else he would have collapsed. Yes. The two little girls nodded at the same time. Naturally, they knew that Li Lingtian would not be stumped by such a small competition. He was just finding an excuse. Following that, Li Lingtian brought the two little girls to a restaurant that looked like it had a nice ambience. Young master, young miss, do you need to eat? A warrior's shop assistant greeted Li Lingtian and the other two courteously when he saw them. Find me a private room. Li Lingtian said calmly before he walked into the restaurant with the waiter following behind him. Alright, young master and young miss, please come to the second floor. The shop assistant was extremely happy. If he met a rich owner, he might be rewarded. As he spoke, he led Li Lingtian and the others to the second floor. The waiter led Li Lingtian and the other two to a private room by the window. The room was exquisitely decorated and spacious. One could enjoy the view while dining. Give me the best desserts and dishes. After Li Lingtian sat down, he instructed the waiter. He had not enjoyed himself like this for a long time. Since he was not lacking in spiritual stones, he naturally wanted to enjoy the dishes in this restaurant. Hurry up. After saying that, he threw a middle-grade spirit stone over and started talking to the two girls, ignoring the shop assistant. Young master, please wait a moment. The shop assistant bowed respectfully with a smile on his face. He did not expect that there would really be a reward. Moreover, it was a middle-grade spirit stone, which was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were enough for a few months of benefits. Young master, do you think my brothers have left Moonrise City? Qingling suddenly thought of Qing Yun. She followed young master and had young master's protection, but her brother had to take the risk alone. She was extremely worried. She understood that her brother wanted to serve the young master, and the young master lacked trustworthy people. Only her brother could do the job. They've left. They're here to gather information. They need to be quick. Qing Yun understands this. The first thing for those who gather information is to protect themselves. Without training, it's hard to grow. If anything happens, it's his fate. This world is cruel. Li Lingtian said seriously. He needed Ge and Qingling to understand the rules of this world. Ge was listening as well. He had been in the Ice Palace before and didn't even know the basic rules of life, but ever since his big brother appeared, he had saved him. He also taught her many rules of life, as well as things she didn't know before. It was all patiently taught by her big brother. Rather than saying that big brother was her senior brother, it was better to say that big brother was her parents. Everything that her parents could not do was taught patiently by big brother. Soon, the waiter brought 6 maids with him. Each maid carried 2 or 3 exquisite desserts and dishes. The 2 girls became excited when they saw the delicious dishes and desserts. After the maids and waiters left, they began to feast. Li Lingtian did not look like a lady at all as he joined in the sweep. Girls would only disregard their image in front of their acquaintances and relatives. The 2 little beauties were peerless and beautiful. They were perfect incarnations outside, but here, they were like little tigers. As Li Lingtian ate, he looked at the 2 little beauties and found it hilarious. Not only did the 2 little beauties not look ugly, but they also had a unique charm. After an hour, the 3 of them had finished all the dishes and snacks on the table. Ge and Qingling did not care about Li Lingtian's presence as they rubbed their bulging stomachs with their little hands. With a satisfied look on their faces, the three of them immediately laughed out loud. Feeling that he was holding on, Li Lingtian laid down and planned to rest for a while before going back. But just as he lay down, trouble came. He heard a commotion outside. "Everyone, get out. Our young master will reserve this restaurant." Li Lingtian frowned when he heard a rude voice. No matter where he went, there were always these blind second-generation heirs. "Let's go." Li Lingtian stood up. He did not want to cause any trouble since he had already eaten and did not need anyone to rush him. Qingling and Ji stood up as well. Knowing that Li Lingtian did not want to cause trouble, they opened the door and prepared to leave with a satisfied expression. However, just as Li Lingtian was about to open the door, the wooden door was kicked open and a powerful impact slammed into Li Lingtian. Bang! With a loud explosion, the wooden door crashed into Li Lingtian and was smashed into dust by Li Lingtian's defense. Li Lingtian's face revealed a helpless expression, but he did not lose his temper. Instead, he pulled Ji and the other two out. This time, he had to admit that he was unlucky. Damn it, he actually dared to block it. Looks like he's not convinced. A tall middle-aged man was enraged when he saw the wooden door shatter. He glared at Li Lingtian fiercely. Li Lingtian ignored her and was about to walk out. However, the middle-aged man's face was filled with rage as he was ignored. With a wave of his hand, a dozen warriors blocked the entrance and trapped Li Lingtian and the other two inside. Chapter 304, Dongling Jade, 1. Li Lingtian took a few steps back, allowing Ji and Qingling to retreat. The expression on his face was extremely calm, and his smile became even wider. He scanned the area with his divine sense. There were 6 rank 5 martial arts grandmasters, 3 rank 8 martial arts grandmasters, and the tall middle-aged man was a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Li Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw the other party's cultivation base. He was speechless that someone with such cultivation base dared to act so arrogantly in Qinglan City. However, if he wanted to come over, only people with low cultivation would be so arrogant. If they were super experts, they wouldn't be like this. "All-san, hurry up and get over here." A roguish voice rang out, causing the tall middle-aged man and the others to look fearful as they glared at Li Lingtian. "Young master, there's a good-for-nothing here who doesn't seem to be convinced. So this tall middle-aged man is called All-san." Ji and Qingling burst out laughing after hearing that. "Is that so? Let me see who has such guts." The roguish voice rang out once again as he walked toward Li Lingtian. A young warrior appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Rather than calling him a warrior, he was more like a ruffian. His face was itchy. His cultivation was not low. He had actually reached the level of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. He really did not know how such a person had cultivated to rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Li Lingtian looked at the few people before him quietly as the smile on his face grew wider. Yo, one want these 2 girls. Get lost." When the ruffian youth saw Qingling and Ji, his eyes were fixed on them, sizing them up. She clicked her tongue from time to time, and her face revealed a stunned expression. "Get lost." Li Lingtian shouted coldly. His voice was like an icy thorn that jolted the few warriors awake with a hint of fear on their faces. If it were any other matter, he could still tolerate it for a while. However, he had actually targeted Ji and Qingling. Not to mention a few martial arts grandmasters, he would even kill a martial emperor or a martial supreme. In this world, no one could touch his treasures and women. Do you know who this young master is? You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this young master. The ruffian youth was not the least bit afraid when he saw Li Lingtian's rage. He had encountered similar situations many times and no one dared to act arrogantly after revealing their identity. 3 seconds. Get lost. Li Lingtian said coldly. Those who dared to threaten him in front of him were no longer around. At worst, he would just leave this place. I am the 7th young master of the Dongling clan, Dongling Yu. Do you know of the Dongling clan? The ruffian youth's eyes were fixed on Qing Ling, curiously looking at Ji Yi. Although he couldn't see Ji Yi's face, he was attracted by his peerless grace. Die. A murderous intent flashed across Li Lingtian's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he unleashed the sky-turning palm. After reaching the perfection of martial arts, the earth-ranked skill was executed smoothly without any hesitation. It was almost instantaneous. Rumble. With a muffled sound, Dongling Yu and his 9 subordinates did not have the slightest chance to resist as they were ruthlessly slapped down. A handprint skeleton appeared on the 2nd floor. The 10 martial arts grandmasters had already been sent to the 1st floor. The customers in the restaurant were all chased away. Some of the waiters were stunned when they saw Dongling Yu and the others being beaten down. Dongling Yu, who had always been domineering, was actually taught a lesson by someone. How could they not be shocked? One Dongling jade was nothing, as long as the Dongling family was strong. Furthermore, this Dongling Yu was the 7th young master of the Dongling clan. Although Dongling Yu was not ambitious in the Dongling clan, he was still a top-notch genius. Young master, how are you? When Asen woke up, his entire body seemed to have fallen apart. Before he could react to everything that had happened just now, a few of his martial arts grandmasters had actually been slapped down. Seeing Dongling Yu lying on the ground, they were instantly shocked. If Dongling Yu died, they would be finished. Damn it, you actually dare to hit me, that I'm going to cripple him. Dongling Yu stood up and revealed a cold expression. He had never suffered such a loss before. Even those martial monarchs in the past would be wary of the Dongling clan and give him face. Alright, this young master will let you fight. You can try. Li Lingtian walked down step by step with a smile on his face. He grabbed with one hand and tossed 10 medium spiritual stones to the shop assistant. He didn't stop and directly walked towards Dongling Jade. He was already lucky that he didn't kill him with a single palm strike. At that time, Li Lingtian wanted to kill these pieces of trash, but he remembered that he had to stay in Qinglan City. Otherwise, he would not have held back. You, what do you want to do? When Dongling Yu saw Li Lingtian approaching, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a deep fear for the young man before him. She subconsciously retreated, her expression constantly changing. Humph, trash. Li Lingtian dragged Ji Yi and Qing Ling out without even sparing Dongling a glance. Soon, the 3 of them disappeared into the crowd, leaving Dongling Yu and the others in the restaurant. Li Lingtian and the other 2 quickly forgot about the little incident as they strolled toward their own mansion. When they returned to the mansion, the sky was already dark. Li Lingtian asked Qing Ling to prepare some hot water. After refining the elixir, he got used to cleaning his aura. The 2 of them fought in the pool. Li Lingtian looked at Qing Ling, who was sound asleep beside him. He was half lying on the bed as he thought of the super powerhouses on the platform today. An alchemist grand meeting actually attracted so many super powerhouses. It was really a little inconceivable. Moreover, even the saint alchemists and those supreme realm experts were here. From the discussions of those martial artists on the square, this alchemy grand meeting was countless times grander than before. In the past, only some martial emperors and a few martial honors participated. However, this time, there were more than 100 martial honors. Li Lingtian could not help but be suspicious of this lineup. No matter if there is a conspiracy, it has nothing to do with me. Li Lingtian glanced at Qing Ling with a faint smile on his lips before he fell asleep quietly. The next day, when Li Lingtian and the others arrived at the plaza, it was already packed with people. Yesterday afternoon, the servants in the mansion had been paying attention to the name on the announcement board, which was the name of the second round of the competition. The servants in the mansion were excited when they saw Li Lingtian's name on the bulletin board. Sir Lingtian. Sir Lingtian. When he arrived at the plaza, many warriors greeted Li Lingtian when he passed by them. Li Lingtian was puzzled as well. It did not seem right that so many people knew him. "Young master, you refined a peerless pill yesterday afternoon. Countless people have already recognized you." One of the servants stepped forward and spoke softly when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. This was a peerless grade pill after all. When Li Lingtian arrived, some of the warriors on the platform could not help but glance at him. The second round of the competition has begun. There are a total of 830 people participating in the competition today. In the first round of the competition, 98 people have refined a high-grade Peiyuan pill, and one person has refined a legendary peerless pill. One hope that you will continue to work hard and bring glory to the Tao of alchemy. The second round will be a Tier 2 spirit-binding pill. The duration will be 1 hour. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Eastern Tu Mu Tian announced loudly. The pill refiners who were participating in the competition also gathered in a place, preparing to compete. More than 800 people. This time, the same 500 people would compete once. More than 800 people would only need to compete twice to complete the competition. Li Lingtian was not at the front either. Instead, he was in the second round. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not enter, Dongling Hao stayed behind as well. He wanted to see how Li Lingtian managed to refine a supreme-grade pill. Not only Dongling Hao, but countless other alchemists had also stayed behind. It was not easy to gain any experience in alchemy. Li Lingtian must have some secret to be able to refine a supreme-grade pill. Encountering such a figure who could refine peerless-grade medicinal pills, he naturally would not miss the opportunity. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged and ignored the alchemists. He realized that these alchemists were all at least martial arts grandmasters. The time spent meditating and cultivating was very fast. After an hour, the first 500 people had already finished refining pills. Most of the pill refiners had regretful expressions on their faces. Only a small number of pill refiners had smiles on their faces. "I hope that you will still have such good luck to refine a peerless medicinal pill." Dongling Hao walked past Li Lingtian with a look of disdain on his face. He had been under Li Lingtian's shadow for the entire night and could only treat the pill as luck. Otherwise, no one in the Azure continent had ever concocted a peerless pill in the past tens of thousands of years. Even a saint alchemist had never concocted a peerless pill. No matter how powerful this young man's alchemy skills were, he would never be able to concoct a peerless pill. The only thing he could do was to be a little lucky. With this temperament, you don't have the qualifications to be a qualified alchemist. Li Lingtian smiled as he replied indifferently. His words shocked countless alchemists. With this temperament, you don't have the qualifications to be a qualified alchemist. This simple sentence shocked all the pill refiners. Indeed, but the state of mind was very important. If he was so frivolous, how could he become an outstanding pill refiner? The alchemists who heard Li Lingtian's words were filled with admiration. Regardless of how the young man refined the peerless grade pill, his temperament was enough to earn respect. Li Lingtian turned around and walked into the alchemy room. It was still the same spot as yesterday, but it was crowded in his place today. Many alchemists looked at Li Lingtian, waiting for him to make his move. However, to the astonishment of all the alchemists, Li Lingtian did not show any signs of attacking. Could it be that he wanted to shorten the time? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. Refining a grade 2 medicinal pill in an hour was neither too much nor too little. However, for some pill refiners, this was not the time to waste. They all began to prepare to refine pills. Only a few alchemists were looking at Li Lingtian to see how long he would have to wait. Chapter 305, The Saint Alchemist's Attitude. Could it be that he wants to shorten the time? It's been 10 minutes. The few spirit alchemists on the platform were surprised to see that Li Lingtian was not prepared to refine pills. After all, this young man was only 18 years old. At 18 years old, he was already a martial arts grandmaster. Such a young man was definitely a top-notch super genius. Those super geniuses might not even be able to obtain the martial arts grandmaster rank in 10 years, let alone this young man who was distracted by alchemy. The cultivation time was reduced. If this young man was an alchemy grandmaster, they would still dare to believe that he could shorten the time. After all, there had never been an alchemy grandmaster at the age of 18. In the place where the pill was concocted, there were crystals that were specially used to test the cultivation and age of the pill refiner. This information had to be tabulated. Looks like you're very confident. I hope that the young man will be calm and not rash. Let's see how much time he can take to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill this time. There shouldn't be any other peerless products, right? Refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill is already very powerful. Countless warriors were in a heated discussion. The appearance of a peerless pill had made countless warriors recognize Li Lingtian and made him the center of attention. However, to the disappointment of countless warriors, Li Lingtian did not wait long before he started refining pills. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and released his divine consciousness. The heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in his hand. A blazing flame appeared, and the cauldron floated in the air, warming it. One after another, he performed the cauldron warming magic arts. His technique was still so familiar that it dazzled people. Countless alchemists relaxed their astonished expressions when they saw Li Lingtian start refining pills. Li Lingtian began refining pills 10 minutes later. It seemed that he was pressed for time. This lowered Li Lingtian's status in their hearts by quite a bit. Hence, they began to refine without looking at Li Lingtian. However, countless warriors were surprised to see Li Lingtian using his own flames instead of the geocentric flame. Warming the cauldron, selecting the herbs, placing the herbs, all the procedures were extremely familiar. However, the spirit alchemists and powerhouses on the platform were shocked by the speed at which Li Lingtian placed the medicinal ingredients and the various techniques he used. With such speed, it would not take long for the pills to be refined. Pill completed. Collect the pills. The cauldron opened and a stream of light shot out. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a jade bottle appeared. The light entered the jade bottle. Warming the cauldron, selecting the medicinal herbs, and placing them in. Pill completed. Collect the pills. Pill completed. Collect the pills. All the martial artists, all the alchemists, and the experts and spirit alchemists on the high platform were already numb. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had refined 4 cauldrons of elixirs consecutively after resting for 10 minutes in the first hour. With this speed, he only used 120% of each cauldron. After the 4th cauldron was refined, he put away the cauldron and handed a bottle of pills to the alchemist at the door. Then, he turned around and left. After an unknown amount of time, all the alchemists and ancient martial art practitioners finally came to their senses. This young man had actually refined several times more pills than others in the same amount of time. Moreover, his concentration and confidence when refining pills, as well as his technique that was as smooth as flowing water, conquered all the martial artists and alchemists. Was this still alchemy? This was clearly mass production. Countless martial artists had the same thought in their hearts. This was not alchemy at all, but mass production. By the time Li Lingtian returned to Ji and Qing Ling's side, the alchemy session was finally over. All the alchemists looked at Li Lingtian numbly. It was torture to refine pills with this esteemed alchemist. He could concoct pills as if no one else was around, but the other pill refiners could not help but watch. This time around, hundreds of alchemists failed due to Li Lingtian's influence. The second round of the competition has ended. The results are displayed on the announcement board. The third round of the competition will begin tomorrow. After all the pill refiners came out, the Eastern Tu Mutian announced loudly. However, after this announcement, not a single martial artist left. On the contrary, they were waiting for something even more expectantly. Li Lingtian was also dragged by Qing Ling to stay behind and wait for the results to be announced. I don't believe that he can refine a peerless pill. Looking at his speed, even if it's not a peerless pill, as long as he can refine an ordinary pill, it'll be heaven-defying. Who can refine 4 cauldrons of pills in an hour without stopping? Actually, he doesn't just refine 4 cauldrons an hour, but 5 cauldrons. Because he didn't refine pills in the first 10 minutes, he came out in the next 2 minutes. In the first 10 minutes, he was just playing with other butts. I see. Refining 5 cauldrons of medicinal pills in an hour. This is really heaven-defying. The plaza was abuzz with discussions. The countless warriors around Li Lingtian automatically gave way. All the experts were waiting for the judges. In fact, even a high-grade second-grade medicinal pill and a peerless medicinal pill were useless to a martial emperor or a martial supreme. However, this peerless medicinal pill represented a legend. The judges were quick as they were eager to see if Li Lingtian's pills were successful or not. After all, Li Lingtian's refining speed was too fast. Time passed by second by second. Countless martial artists watched as the 11 spirit alchemists continuously evaluated the pills. They waited until their hearts were burning with anger, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Finally, all the warriors saw the change in the expression on the face of a spirit alchemist. At that moment, everyone held their breath as they waited for the alchemists to be shocked. They could also find out if the pill was refined by Li Lingtian, and they were even more curious to know if the pill was successfully refined. Li Lingtian's pills. The spirit alchemist who had a change in expression calmed himself down and spoke. Instantly, all the warriors' hearts skipped a beat. It was really Li Lingtian who had refined the elixir. Next, the 11 pill refiners evaluated the pills in the jade bottle. There were a total of 83 pills. A peerless medicinal pill. Supreme grade spirit binding pill. A peerless quality second grade spirit binding pill. A few spirit alchemists exclaimed. They were already shocked to see a first-grade pill being refined into a peerless grade. They didn't expect a second-grade pill to also be of peerless quality. What did this mean? This young man's alchemy skills had already surpassed that of a Tier 3 alchemy grandmaster. This was because even a Tier 3 alchemy grandmaster was unable to refine a peerless medicinal pill. Let alone an alchemy grandmaster. Even a saint alchemy master was unable to do so. This symbol represented a miracle of alchemy. That's right. A second-grade spirit binding pill, a peerless medicinal pill, 83 pills. It's a miracle. Grandmaster Yun Yuan sighed helplessly. He was a saint alchemist, and his several hundred years of alchemy Dao had actually been dealt a blow in front of a young man's pills. 83 pills per cauldron. All of them are peerless. This is too heaven-defying. Doesn't this mean that he refined over 300 peerless thawing spirit pills within an hour? This is too terrifying. Even a saint alchemist wouldn't be able to refine 83 pills. Tens of thousands of martial artists and hundreds of martial honors and martial emperors on the high platform were shocked at this moment. Although many experts didn't know about alchemy, they had never seen a peerless pill in the history of the divine martial continent. They knew how precious pills were, and the status of alchemists was extraordinary. Sir Ling Tian, please move. One would like to know the quality of the other 3 bottles of pills. At that moment, Alchemy Saint Yunyuan shouted in Li Lingtian's direction, which surprised all the warriors. They wondered what the Alchemy Saint was planning. A young man who could be addressed as Your Excellency by a Pill Saint Master. What did this mean? It meant that even a Pill Saint Master had taken a fancy to this young man's identity. Li Lingtian shook his head and strolled toward the platform. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. Li Lingtian had a confident expression on his face. His expression was neither respectful or humble when he faced Alchemy Saint Yunyuan. He merely showed his due respect and showed no fear. Not bad, not bad. Can I take a look at the other 3 cauldrons of pills you just refined? Apothecary Yunyuan was extremely satisfied with Li Lingtian's performance. After saying not bad twice, she finally asked Li Lingtian in a pleading tone. This situation stunned countless powerhouses. This was the high and mighty Saint Alchemist. Even in front of a martial emperor, he was high and mighty. However, they did not expect him to be so approachable in front of a young man without putting on any airs. Of course. Li Lingtian was even more ruthless. He uttered these 2 words with a carefree expression. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out the pill that he had just refined. He handed the 3 jade bottles to Grandmaster Yun Yuan and walked down the stage without stopping. That's right. The quality of the 4 cauldrons of pills is exactly the same. They are all peerless pills. Yun Yuansheng carefully checked the pills in the 3 jade bottles and remembered the number. Then, he handed the 3 jade bottles to the other spirit alchemists. The other spirit alchemists also checked again. The pills were still warm and had just been refined. 4 cauldrons of pills, a total of 331 pills. They are all of the best quality. Tianmu of the Eastern Tomb announced loudly. His heart was filled with shock, and a killing intent rose in his heart. If he wasn't used by the Dongling clan, he would be wiped out. On the high platform and in the middle of the square, all the experts, martial artists, and alchemists were once again shocked. What kind of people were these? Refining so many medicinal pills in an hour, and the quality was all peerless. Could it be that they were born to create shock? These pills are for you. Li Lingtian led Ji and Qingling out of the plaza slowly. He ignored the shock and excitement in the plaza as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, all the martial artists were once again speechless and shocked. A peerless medicinal pill was given to someone just like that. A few hundred of them, and he did not even blink. Instantly, all the martial artists revealed looks of anticipation. If they obtained a peerless medicinal pill, they could treat it as a souvenir. If the disciple of a martial warrior or martial spirit had such a pill, his cultivation would improve greatly. Li Lingtian left the plaza in shock and headed to his mansion with the 2 little beauties. Isn't it just a peerless grade-thawing spirit pill? Li Lingtian muttered to himself. If this peerless spirit-binding pill was so shocking, he would not dare to refine the peerless violet jade pill in the future. The 2 little beauties did not feel anything. In their eyes, there was nothing that could stump Li Lingtian. The masterpieces that appeared in Li Lingtian's hands were all natural. At that moment, Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a dangerous omen appeared. The omen was fleeting and he almost ignored it. He was stunned as he did not know what danger was waiting for him. Chapter 306, Assassination. Sensing the danger lurking in his heart, Li Lingtian was on high alert. With a calm expression on his face, he led Qingling and Ji toward the mansion. He circulated his true essence to the limit. As long as there was danger, he would send out a fatal blow and kill the other party. Ji, come, this is for you. You cling to me every day, one really want to throw it away. Li Lingtian tossed Little White over and sent his consciousness into Little White's awareness. In fact, he did not need to tell Little White that it was in danger. Big brother, Xiao Bai is so obedient. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Ge looked at Little White in his arms. Its ruby-like eyes were extremely charming. You go first for a few days. This guy only knows how to eat, drink, and sleep. Qingling, this is for you. Li Lingtian called out the silver-winged flying dragon as well. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was only a small one. Although it was bigger than Little White, it looked like a small pet. Thank you, young master. Qingling was stunned. After following Li Lingtian for so long, she naturally knew the young master's personality. Something must have happened or he would not have brought out the silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian was extremely pleased with the smile on his face that did not show on his face. It's still early. Why don't we go outside and take a walk before coming back? Li Lingtian smiled. The two little beauties were more excited than anyone else when it came to playing. He was not worried that they would not agree to it. As expected, both of them were elated when they heard that Li Lingtian was going to play. Naturally, he could not bring these dangers into his residence. It was better to resolve them outside. Soon, the three of them arrived at a park. At this time, the sky had darkened and no one came here to play. At that moment, a destructive pressure came crashing down from the sky. It was so terrifying that even Li Lingtian, a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster, felt his heart palpitate. A young man appeared in his divine sense. After the destructive pressure, a pillar of death bombarded down. Sword howl, heaven and earth. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the cosmic sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic sword drew a sword beam that tore through space and clashed with the light beam in the sky. Huh. The young man didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. This reaction clearly showed that the other party had already known of his existence and was just playing along. Crash. The beam of light and the sword radiance cancelled each other out. Li Lingtian extended his hands and unleashed ice, fire, 9 heavens. Under the circumstances where he was on guard, he caught the other party off guard. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. Li Lingtian shot a disdainful glance at the young man in the air. The young man's heart sank as he realized that he was really there. He did not expect his sneak attack to be negated by the opponent. A moment of miscalculation had caused him to lose the initiative. Sensing the aura of extermination in the air, his heart trembled. Such a terrifying attack was not something that a martial arts grandmaster could unleash. Heaven-grade divine ability, light shadow cross kill. The young man cried out in horror. His heart sank when he realized that Li Lingtian was using a heaven-grade superpower. He then cast the forbidden spell of a martial honor. Even if he used a forbidden technique, he did not feel the slightest sense of security. This was because the power of a heaven-grade divine power was simply unimaginable. His supreme realm taboo did not dare to compete with a heaven-grade divine power. Boom! In an instant, their attacks collided with a loud explosion and a shocking force soared into the sky. In a flash, Li Lingtian disappeared. There was no longer any aura in the space as if Li Lingtian had never appeared. Qingling and Ge watched from afar. Their faces were calm, without any nervousness or worry. This scene stunned the young man in the air. He reached out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was deathly pale as his divine perception searched around, but he could not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's destructive attack was so powerful that even he was injured. Fortunately, he had cast a forbidden defense spell at the end or he would have been killed in one hit. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Li Lingtian. Instead, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. If he attacked head-on, he would also be injured. If he attacked secretly, he would not be confident in catching it. Die. At that moment, Li Lingtian's voice came from the east as an attack came crashing down. The young man was shocked. He launched an attack from all over his body, but his expression changed drastically. This was because a cold aura had appeared behind him. The moment this aura appeared, his entire body was frozen. It was as if his entire body was burning. However, he did not feel the burning sensation. Instead, a burning sensation appeared in his body. Moreover, the attack that he had unleashed had easily dispersed the opponent's attack. No matter how stupid he was, he would understand that the previous attack was only a trap. The real attack was behind him, but he did not expect the other party to be so fast. He crossed the space without making a sound. Crash! Li Lingtian's figure appeared and he returned to Ji Yi's side. The young man fell to the ground. His face was filled with fear and pain. Because his entire body was burning with a bluish-purple flame, and this flame was burning from the inside out. Ice flame! A terrified voice came from the young man. The ice frost flame was naturally known by martial honors. It was the natural enemy of a martial-honored realm expert. It could completely destroy a martial-honored realm expert's vital essence, blood essence, and meridians. Speak, who sent you here? Li Lingtian stared coldly at the young man. The ball of frost flame in his hand was constantly changing its shape. The smile on his face grew wider as he walked toward the young man. Since they came to assassinate him, he must know the person behind the scenes. It was just that he did not know who he had offended to actually come to assassinate him. You don't dare to kill me. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. The young man spoke in a cold voice. His entire body's vital energy and blood essence had been completely incinerated, but he was worried that Li Lingtian would use some strange means. If that happened, he would be in a state worse than death. One won't kill you for now. You are still useful. There is no one in this world that I don't dare to kill. Eye of the Divine Soul. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and a blood-red three-petaled lotus appeared between his brows. A destructive divine consciousness blasted out and destroyed the young man's divine consciousness. The power of devouring was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the young man's face revealed a painful expression. In the end, his eyes turned ashen. The icy frost flames left the young man as well. The young man's entire body turned into dust and was completely devoured by the icy frost flames. The Queen's Palace's eldest princess? Li Lingtian muttered to himself with a grave expression on his face. A figure appeared in his mind and he wondered how she was doing. He did not expect that the person who had tried to assassinate him would be someone from the Queen's Palace. Moreover, it was the eldest princess. Big brother, what's wrong? Ji noticed Li Lingtian's expression. It was the first time he had seen his big brother so serious. He wondered what trouble he had encountered. Qingling was also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. She wanted to know what trouble the young master was in. Let's talk when we get back. Li Lingtian was in a bad mood. Shun Mei's departure was due to his lack of strength. Otherwise, he would have been able to protect his woman. As for Tang Zimeng, if he was truly powerful, he would not have to worry about that god's wrath. Tang Qingyue wouldn't have been taken away by the Azure Continent's experts, and Maple Leaf Manor wouldn't have been destroyed. All of this was because of strength. Without strength, there was only death in this world. Ji and Qingling did not speak anymore. They obediently followed Li Lingtian to the mansion. After returning to the mansion, Li Lingtian explained his background, including Yun Yaoyao, Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingyue, and Shun Mei. The two girls were shocked. They did not expect Li Lingtian's life to be filled with ups and downs that no one dared to imagine. It was no wonder that Li Lingtian possessed such heaven-defying strength. He had risked his life to obtain all of these. On the other hand, they did not feel jealous of the girls around Li Lingtian. Instead, they felt sorry for him. In the world of the divine martial continent, the strong reigned supreme. It was common for powerful warriors to have multiple wives and concubines. There was no woman who would not fall for a heaven-defying talent like Li Lingtian. In the middle of the night, Li Lingtian felt a chill as he watched the two girls snuggle up to him. He called Ge back to sleep. Li Lingtian returned to his room alone. Qingling did not follow him as she knew that her young master needed to calm down. In his room, Li Lingtian cultivated for the whole night. He had already decided that he would cultivate seriously after the alchemist meet to improve his cultivation base so that he could go to Dishi family. The Dishi family was powerful, but they couldn't be compared with the Queen's palace. With his current power, he could only take a risk in the Dishi family. He wanted to go to the Queen's palace as well, but not now. The night passed by quietly. On the second day, Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. Things would come as they should. There was no point in worrying about it. The only thing he could do was to improve himself and face all the challenges. After breakfast, Li Lingtian brought Qingling and Ge to the plaza at a moderate pace. On this day, however, countless warriors and alchemists greeted Li Lingtian politely with smiles on their faces. Even some martial emperors nodded in greeting. Now, he was a figure that everyone knew. Although he had only refined a second-grade medicinal pill, it was a legendary miracle that he had refined a peerless medicinal pill. Li Lingtian arrived at the plaza and sat in his usual spot as he waited for the competition to begin. Today is the third round of the competition. The number of participants is 420. Yesterday, 46 people refined a high-grade medicinal pill, and one person refined a peerless medicinal pill. The medicinal pill that we are going to compete with today is also an ordinary void spirit pill, a tier 3 void spirit pill. Dongling Mutian announced loudly with a faint smile on his face, as if he had seen the future of alchemy. Li Lingtian looked at the representative from the Queen's palace on the high platform. His face was expressionless. It seemed like he was still upset about his subordinate's death yesterday. The competition begins now. Mutian of the Eastern Tomb said indifferently. Countless pill refiners walked into the pill refining room. Chapter 307, Array Dao and Pill Dao. 420 people would be participating in the third round of the competition. This time, the competition would also be divided into two batches. Li Lingtian did not participate in the first round just like last time. Actually, he didn't care about this kind of competition at all. Instead, he was challenging himself and letting him refine pills in an uneasy environment. This could also be used to hone his mind. Li Lingtian noticed that no one was paying attention to the previous matches. The third round of the competition was 2 hours long. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian found a quiet place to sit cross-legged. If he waited for 2 hours, he would get impatient too. However, it was different for him to meditate. It was just a matter of 2 great qi circulations. His cultivation had improved, and his mental state had recovered to its peak. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Countless warriors were waiting in boredom. Finally, time passed, and the alchemists walked out one by one. This time, the alchemists who came out were all smiling. If they succeeded in concocting pills in 2 hours, they could also become alchemy grandmasters and receive the badge of the Alchemist Guild. When Li Lingtian entered, all the warriors, powerhouses, and alchemists on the high platform had their attention on the crystal. This was because they wanted to see what was different about Li Lingtian's alchemy techniques. He had actually managed to refine 2 types of peerless pills. He was even more curious about whether he could succeed today. As long as he succeeded, he would become an alchemy grandmaster, and the most magical alchemy grandmaster. When Li Lingtian entered the apothecary hall, he was still the same apothecary. However, it was much more spacious now. With more than 200 people refining pills, the place was much wider. Li Lingtian shook his head disappointedly as he watched the alchemists refine pills. This was because the refining methods of these alchemists were all the same. Then, he began to take out his medicinal herbs and choose them at a moderate pace. This time, the number of medicinal herbs was sorted out in one go. He calculated the time. When he refined pills in the past, it took about 15 minutes for a third-grade pill. Now, he could refine 6 or 7 cauldrons of pills in 2 hours. 6 cauldrons worth of medicinal herbs had been prepared. Countless alchemists were stunned and they saw the medicinal herbs beside Li Lingtian. Could it be that he had to refine so many pills? Outside, all the warriors were shocked by the medicinal herbs around Li Lingtian. The amount of medicinal ingredients is 6 cauldrons. Could it be that you want to refine 6 cauldrons of grade 3 medicinal pills in 2 hours? That's impossible, right? It should be to prevent failure and prepare the medicinal ingredients to refine it directly. Just wait and see. I hope that this trip will be a miracle and that one will be able to refine a grade 3 medicinal pill. This aura has completely formed his own world. The outside world can't disturb him at all. Some powerhouses started discussing Li Lingtian's appearance and the medicinal herbs around him. In front of such a competition, not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, but he also treated it as a game and did not take it to heart at all. Forget it. I'll leave after refining these medicinal ingredients. Li Lingtian looked at the medicinal herbs he had arranged beside him. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared before him. With a swipe of his hand, the air trembled. He flipped his 10 fingers and cast spells one after another. Immediately, a grid of light appeared in the air, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron was suspended on this grid. Following that, Li Lingtian unleashed his flaming power. A terrifying flaming power raised the temperature of the entire alchemist's body as the cauldron spun continuously. The expressions of the experts outside changed drastically. Even Pill Master Yun Yuansheng almost cried out in surprise because he saw an unbelievable scene. The integration of the array Dao into the pill Dao is indeed not simple. Alchemist Yun Yuan couldn't help but feel shocked as he muttered to himself. He had seen this scene before. It was an 8th-level alchemist in the immortal realm who had mastered this technique. He used the power of the array Dao to maintain the circulation of the alchemy Dao, and the quality of the pill was also extremely good. This pill refinement technique was famous in the immortal realms. However, the number of people who mastered this technique did not exceed 3. He did not expect this young man to be so familiar with this technique. Could it be that this technique had long been mastered by him? This was impossible, right? Even if he was an alchemy saint and a martial honor, he could not grasp it at all. Array Dao, could he be an array master? Only a formation master can control such a skilled technique. If he really is an array master, then it's unimaginable. Although the few super experts didn't understand alchemy, they understood arrays very well. This was a magical existence that surpassed power. An array master could kill you without anyone noticing. Moreover, martial artists were completely helpless against such an array. As the warriors discussed, they looked at the image on the crystal. They saw Li Lingtian warming the cauldron and placing the herbs in. Everything was done smoothly. Moreover, his current technique was more elegant than the previous 2 times. It was like a beautiful art, and his 10 fingers were like butterflies flipping flowers. The grid also trembled along with his 10 fingers, and the pill cauldron continued to rotate. 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian's fingers moved faster and the cauldron gradually quieted down. Pill completed. Collect the pills. With a flash of light, Li Lingtian extended his hand and a jade bottle was waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, the light entered the jade bottle. He closed the jade bottle. The grid in his hand was still trembling, and the cauldron was also spinning. This time, Li Lingtian did not even bother to warm the cauldron. This was because the cauldron had just started refining pills and the temperature was controlled by the array Dao. This method of fusing array path with alchemy path was also a method of ancient alchemy techniques. The first cauldron should be a success. He's going to continue refining the second cauldron. What a magical pill concocting genius. This saves a lot of time. One really don't know how he came up with this. That I really don't need to heat the cauldron anymore. I can directly refine the pill. Although this kind of pill refinement technique is exquisite, it consumes a lot of energy. The experts outside began to comment seriously, pointing out some of the flaws in the pill refinement. Such serious comments had never happened in countless alchemist gatherings. Inside, Li Lingtian successfully refined the first cauldron of pills and proceeded with the second cauldron. Time passed quickly. By the time Li Lingtian was refining the sixth cauldron of pills, the other alchemists had already left. Only 34 alchemists were left watching Li Lingtian's refinement from a distance. Their faces were filled with shock. This was because Li Lingtian's technique was beyond their imagination. They had never thought of combining array Dao and alchemy Dao. Then, he understood that even if he knew this method, it was impossible for him to cultivate the array Dao. The array Dao was the same as the alchemy Dao. Both required heaven-defying talent. Collect the pills. 15 minutes had passed. Li Lingtian's face showed signs of fatigue as he put the pills into the jade bottle and stood up. He cast a few spells with one hand and put away the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The array formation disappeared and the temperature in the alchemist room returned to normal. Li Lingtian casually left a bottle of pills behind and walked out. He returned to Ji and Qing Ling's side and began to sit cross-legged to rest. After 2 hours of continuous refining, he had consumed a lot of energy to refine 6 cauldrons of pills. If he went all out, he could completely refine 8 cauldrons of medicinal pills. However, he did not want to go all out now. A 6th-grade medicinal pill was considered passable. Pill refinement is over. The 4th round of the competition will begin tomorrow. Please pay attention to the announcement board. Let's see everyone's results for today's 3rd-grade medicinal pills. The Eastern Tu Mutian directly announced. He also knew that no one would leave this place. Rather than being shocked alone, it was better for everyone to be shocked. That way, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Li Lingtian closed his eyes and meditated, ignoring the gazes of all the warriors. All the warriors waited quietly. After the first 2 rounds, it had become a habit for them to wait for Li Lingtian's results to see if he was a success, a failure, or a high-level elixir. This time, they did not dare to imagine that it was a peerless-grade medicinal pill. This was because a 3rd-grade medicinal pill was important. Even if it was refined into a high-grade medicinal pill, it would still be powerful. If a peerless-grade medicinal pill appeared, they would not dare to imagine such a result. As you've expected, Li Lingtian has successfully refined a grade 3 pill. However, you might be wrong. This tier 3 void spirit pill is of the highest quality. This time, Dongling Mutian did not announce it. Instead, it was alchemist Yunyuan Saint who spoke and revealed the quality of Li Lingtian's pills. He was shocked in his heart. What was this young man made of? Why was the quality of the pills he refined peerless? Was there any justice in this world? Even if he was a saint alchemist, he might not be able to casually refine high-grade medicinal pills. He had never dared to imagine a peerless medicinal pill. A peerless void spirit pill, a top-grade void spirit pill is equivalent to a tier 4 medicinal pill. Even a tier 4 pill can't compare to a tier 3 void spirit pill. Even a warrior. Spirit or warrior king can only use tier 3 pills. They don't dare to use tier 4 pills easily. If it has the quality of a Tier 3 Void Spirit pill, then it's neither a martial king nor a martial spirit. It's not a straight-line increase in cultivation, and there won't be any side effects. That's right. Martial kings can use 4th-grade elixirs to increase their cultivation, but the side effects are very serious. Moreover, it's not as effective as a top-grade Void Spirit pill. Countless martial artists and super experts were incomparably shocked. They could not help but discuss with the other experts. The peerless quality of a first-grade medicinal pill was a blessing for martial artists' disciples. The peerless quality of a Tier 2 spirit binding pill was the blessing of a warrior spirit disciple. The quality of a peerless Tier 3 Void Spirit pill was the blessing of a martial king expert. If there was such a pill, using a pill of the same cultivation level would be equivalent to using a more precious pill of a higher cultivation level. For example, when a martial king used a supreme-grade Void Spirit pill, its power and effect would be much better than a 4th-grade Purple Jade pill. Amidst the shock, Li Lingtian opened his eyes. He adjusted his breathing and regained a lot of his energy. Besides, this was not a place for cultivation. He could only rest when he returned home. This young master doesn't need these pills. You can take them. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness moved and he took out the pills he had just refined. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of pills flew into the air. Immediately, a suction force appeared in the air and all the warriors snatched the pills from the air. All the martial artists were stunned. The martial artists who had obtained the medicinal pill were all incomparably excited. The quality of a peerless Tier 3 Void Spirit pill was definitely a treasure-like existence. When the pill was distributed, all the experts on the high platform were stunned. This was a top-grade Void Spirit pill. With their status, although they would not use this pill, if they gave it to their juniors, it would definitely be useful. However, due to their status, it was not good to compete with these disciples. They could only watch helplessly as countless martial artists competed for the pill. Chapter 308, The Final Competition, 1. After the competition ended, Li Lingtian brought Ge and the other man back to the mansion. He completely ignored the commotion outside. Even the servants in the mansion were extremely excited. They had never imagined that their young master was a miraculous pill refiner who could refine peerless pills. Li Lingtian returned to his room and sat cross-legged before he began cultivating. He had slacked off on some of his skills and cultivation techniques during the past few days of competition. This was not a good sign. He had to cultivate his skills and cultivation techniques again. However, it was useless to cultivate the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique now because he had already reached the peak of rank 9 martial arts grandmaster and was only one step away from martial emperor. He was waiting for an opportunity to use the limitless Tao fruit to break through. He originally planned to refine the limitless Tao fruit into a medicinal pill, but looking at the situation now, it was already impossible. He did not know how long he would have to wait until he found other medicinal herbs to refine the medicinal pill. Now, countless dangers and spearheads were gradually pointing at him. If he did not raise his cultivation, it would be difficult for him to control his life and death. On the 4th day of the competition, Li Lingtian used the same method to refine a cauldron of supreme-grade purple jade pills in 3 hours. 3 hours. According to his speed, he should be able to refine 7 or 8 cauldrons of 4th-grade medicinal pills in 3 hours without a problem. However, he had cultivated for more than 2 hours in front of countless experts and alchemists, and his cultivation had improved even more. Cultivating under the gaze of tens of thousands of martial artists completely made everyone speechless. But in the last half an hour, he easily refined a cauldron of 4th-grade medicinal pills. The peerless purple jade pill shocked everyone. Qinglan City was shaken. The peerless purple jade pill was no longer something that could be compared to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 pills. This was because the higher the tier of the pill, the more difficult it was to refine. It was unexpected that Li Lingtian had managed to refine the peerless purple jade pill so easily. This time, even the martial emperors and martial supremes did not dare to underestimate Li Lingtian. He was an alchemist who could refine a supreme-grade purple jade pill. Could it be that such an alchemist could only refine level 4 pills? At the very least, he could refine level 5 pills. Even if he couldn't refine the 5th grade, it was only a matter of time because this youth was only 18 years old. Amidst the shocked discussions, Li Lingtian leisurely returned to his mansion and waited for the final match. The alchemist judges also announced the final spots for the competition. The 4th day of the competition was for Tier 4 medicinal pills. Tier 4 medicinal pills were for Tier 4 alchemy grandmasters. Tier 4 alchemy grandmasters were already few in number. Furthermore, within 3 hours, there were also quite a number of failures. More importantly, the last day of the competition was for a 5th grade pill, which meant that they were spirit alchemists. In other words, only those who had previously refined a grade 5 medicinal pill would have the guts to attempt it. There were only 16 people who entered the 5th round. 16 people, which meant that 16 of them might be spirit alchemists. Even if they weren't, there was still hope for them to try. Li Lingtian had entered the 5th round and did not give up, which shocked everyone even more. Could it be that this young man was an alchemist? This question lingered in the minds of all the warriors. Furthermore, there was a phenomenon that Li Lingtian was qualified to participate in the 5th round regardless of whether he was a level 4 alchemist grandmaster or a level 5 alchemist. Finally, countless martial artists endured the night and the 5th round of the competition arrived. Early in the morning, there were even more people in the Qinglan Square. This was because today was the final competition and also the last miracle. They wanted to see who would become a spirit alchemist and who would become the king of this competition. Do you think Sir Lingtian can become a spirit alchemist this time? One don't know if he's an alchemist, but even if he's not, his status isn't inferior to an alchemist. In fact, he's even more popular than an alchemist. That I hope one can become an alchemist. When that time comes, there will be another alchemist in Qinglan City. Then, we won't have to listen to the Dongling family anymore. However, looking at the Dongling family, even if he becomes a spirit pill master, they will still pull him into the Dongling family. One don't think so this time. After all, Pill Master Yunyuan is here. Early in the morning, all the warriors began to discuss Li Lingtian. The other powerhouses also came to the platform. Pill Master Yunyuan and the other pill masters came to the stage one by one, waiting for the competition to begin. Sir Lingtian. Greetings, Sir Lingtian. Good morning, Sir Lingtian. When Li Lingtian arrived, countless warriors greeted him upon seeing him. Li Lingtian was surprised by the situation. Status was like that. If you had the ability, you would have status. If he did not have the strength, no one would care about a mere Wuzong. As they walked, they nodded and returned the greeting. Soon, they arrived at the place where the competition was held. Qingling and Ge were still watching from their original spot. The 3 of them had just arrived when a martial monarch powerhouse came. Sir Lingtian, Sir Pill Master Yunyuan invites the 2 young ladies. Pill Master Yunyuan said that if the competition is too long, the 2 ladies can rest there. This way, you can compete in peace. The martial monarch powerhouse greeted Li Lingtian as if he was his peer and spoke indifferently. Go, I'll be out soon. Li Lingtian nodded when he saw Qingling and Ge looking at him. It was only natural for the 2 beautiful ladies to ask Li Lingtian about their actions. Young master, one wish you success in becoming a spirit pill master. Big brother, you're the best. After the 2 little girls finished speaking, they followed the martial royal realm powerhouse up the platform. Apothecary Yunyuan nodded at Li Lingtian. This also proved that it was alchemist Yunyuan who invited the 2 of them up. If it were not for alchemist Yun Yuan, Li Lingtian would not have allowed Ge and Qingling to go up the platform. If it was a scheme by someone, it would not be a trap. Let the competition begin. The number of people competing today is 16. The time limit is 1 day. The Eastern Tu Mutian announced loudly. This was the final competition and also the time to verify the spirit pill masters. Naturally, the time was extended. This way, it was enough for the participating pill refiners to refine pills 2 or 3 times. Even if they failed, they would still have a second or third chance. Spirit alchemists were not like alchemy grandmasters. Failure was also a common thing, but if one could refine a tier 5 pill within a day, it would also meet the requirements of a spirit alchemist. Grade 5 pills. You can use them as you wish. The results will be determined by the time, speed, and quality. After the Tianmu of the Eastern Tomb announced the final rules, he waved his hand and a ray of light appeared in the sky. At the same time, the other 10 spirit pill masters also cast a spell. 10 rays of light fused with the light of the Eastern Tomb sky screen. The light in the sky fused, and the space trembled. At this moment, the light pressed down, and the restrictions of the alchemy rooms around the square were opened. The 40-odd alchemy rooms' restrictions were opened at the same time. Li Lingtian and the other 15 people entered one of the alchemy rooms randomly. Once the alchemist entered the alchemy room, the restrictions were closed again. Dongling Mutian and the others also kept their spells. This alchemy room was reinforced with countless restrictions to prevent anyone from disturbing the other party's alchemy. After Li Lingtian entered the elixir refinery room, he saw that everything was available inside. He could rest or refine elixirs. 3 different sized core fires were flickering continuously. Each core fire had a control array disk that could control the strength of the flame. He sat cross-legged and entered a state of emptiness. After an hour, he opened his eyes again. His expression was calm, as if he had already reached the realm of an ancient well without ripples. Refine the Azure Yang pill once. Li Lingtian took out countless types of herbs and chose the best ones. After sorting out the medicinal herbs, the heaven and earth creation cauldron was activated. He kept stirring it with one hand, and the cauldron kept spinning in the air. Old friend, it's all up to you this time. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven and earth creation cauldron seriously. When he was refining a grade 5 pill, his expression was incomparably focused. This was because he could easily refine pills below grade 4, but he could not be careless with a grade 5 pill. Warming the cauldron. One spell after another was executed. The technique changed 108 times, and each spell was a change. As time passed, the temperature of the cauldron had reached the level of refining a tier 5 pill. Li Lingtian's true essence circulated as he grabbed at the air with one hand and a medicinal ingredient entered the cauldron. With his previous experience in refining grade 5 pills, this was not the first time, but the countless times. He was also extremely familiar with refining. On the square outside, not a single martial artist could see the situation inside the alchemy room. Because this was a secret of an alchemist, he would not let others know his secret. This was a design of the pill refining room, so that no alchemist would dare to refine pills in peace. However, all the warriors were waiting patiently because this time, they were witnessing the birth of a spirit alchemist. Even if he couldn't curry favor with the spirit alchemist in the future, he wouldn't offend the other party just because he didn't know the spirit alchemist. As the seconds ticked by, all the warriors grew more and more expectant as they waited for Li Lingtian and the other alchemists to emerge. 3 hours had passed, and not a single pill refiner had left. There was also not a single pill refining room that had spirit energy fluctuations. The refinement of a 5th grade pill required spirit infusion. Without spirit infusion, one would not be able to reach the level of a spirit alchemist, and naturally would not be able to refine a 5th grade pill. However, at this moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted from one of the alchemy rooms. The direction of the spirit chi fluctuation was coming from Li Lingtian's elixir refinery room. The spirit chi in the room surged rapidly. Spiritual energy fluctuations. It seems that the refining of the 5th grade medicinal pill is at the final juncture. That's right. This is the sign of spirit infusion. The fluctuation of spirit energy proves that it needs a strong supply of spirit energy. He's indeed not simple. He's actually going to infuse his spirit so quickly. One hope that this time, you can give us a surprise. The dozen or so spirit alchemists and Grandmaster Yun Yuan were the first to feel the fluctuation of the spirit chi and were instantly shocked. Following that, the other powerhouses and warriors saw the spirit chi trembling incessantly as it rapidly surged toward Li Lingtian's alchemy room. The spiritual energy distorted and entered the alchemy room at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 309, Refining a Tier 6 Medicinal Pill. Li Lingtian spent more than 2 hours in the elixir refinery room before he finally refined all the herbs into liquid medicine. He extended his divine sense into the cauldron and cast spells one after another, constantly stirring the medicinal liquid, causing it to fuse more perfectly. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he watched the liquid in the cauldron solidify. He flicked his finger. With a finger force, he activated the spirit-gathering array above the pill refining room. Immediately, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation appeared, and countless spiritual energies quickly surged into the cauldron. Not enough spiritual energy. Spirit infusion. 10 minutes later, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron kept changing and was almost ready to take shape. Li Lingtian noticed the change in the medicinal liquid and knew that he did not have enough spirit chi. He needed to infuse it with spirit chi. He had tried it before. No matter what kind of medicinal pill it was, when it reached the 5th grade, it had to be infused with spirit. Otherwise, it would only fail. Spirit infusion was the main factor in the quality of pills. The better the control of spirit infusion, the better the quality of the pills refined. This spirit infusion did not mean that the more spirit energy injected, the better. It required a precise degree. He waved his hands and controlled the medicinal liquid in the cauldron while controlling the amount of spiritual energy. At the same time, a shocking spiritual energy was drawn out. The spiritual energy formed a pillar of light that shot into the sky. A 3-meter-wide pillar of light shot out from the sky. Boom! The air trembled rapidly. Wherever the spiritual energy pillar passed, all the spiritual energy was fused together. The pillar of light became larger and larger, and finally rushed to a height of 100 miles. An explosion sounded in the sky, forming a 5-mile-wide halo. Spirit infusion. Spirit infusion. Tens of thousands of warriors looked at the shocking spiritual energy light pillar, staring blankly at the light pillar shooting straight into the 9 heavens. All martial artists understood that this was the spirit infusion used to refine a 5th grade medicinal pill. It solidified all isons of spiritual chi between heaven and earth together and fused them into the medicinal pill. If he succeeded in this step, the pill would succeed. If he failed, the pill would be destroyed. This is Sir Ling Tian's spirit infusion. Every warrior turned to look at Li Lingtian's alchemy room. The pillar of light was coming from the alchemy room where Li Lingtian was. This light pillar took a full 10 minutes before it slowly disappeared. The disappearing light pillar all entered the alchemy room. Li Lingtian was in the room controlling the spirit chi light pillar in the sky. In the end, the liquid in the cauldron had solidified and the spirit chi light pillar was quickly retracted. After everything was done, he continued to cast the magic art and the solidified liquid in the cauldron automatically formed into pills. Li Lingtian's expression gradually relaxed. Pill completed. Collect the pills. With a soft shout, a string of light shadows appeared in the air from the cauldron. Then, a jade bottle was used to store the medicinal pills. After storing the medicinal pills, he took out one of the medicinal pills and carefully examined it. The light green pill emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Moreover, the spiritual qi was extremely dense, making people's spirits rise. Sigh, I'm still a little bit away. 99%. I'm just a little bit away. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a look of regret on his face. The time he spent refining pills was still too little. If he spent more time refining Tier 5 pills, the quality of the pills would be raised to 100% purity. By then, they would be peerless grade pills. If someone saw him like this, it would be strange if they didn't beat him up. Other people had yet to succeed in refining a grade 5 medicinal pill, but the high-grade medicinal pill he refined was sighing here. It was just a little bit away from being a peerless grade. Could it be that he didn't succeed? Why aren't you out yet? It seems that the spirit infusion was not successful. Spirit infusion is the easiest step in pill refinement, but it is also the most crucial step. I still have 2 more chances. One hope I can become a spirit alchemist. This speed is too fast. If it was a little slower, I should be able to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Countless powerhouses thought that Li Lingtian had failed the spirit infusion when they saw that he had yet to arrive. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to be refining pills again. This time, he was refining a Tier 6 cleansing pill that he had never tried before. Warming the cauldron, refining the cauldron with his spiritual energy and Jin Yuan to remove the aura of the pills he had refined before. After a full 10 minutes, there was no longer any aura on the pill cauldron. However, the connection between the pill cauldron and Li Lingtian had become more tacit. After selecting the ingredients, the cauldron floated in the air. This time, it was the fire of the Earth's core, so it did not consume true essence. In any case, the 5th grade medicinal pill had already been successfully refined. Even if the 6th grade medicinal pill failed, it could also be treated as an attempt. Countless 1,000-year-old herbs and even 10,000-year-old herbs had been prepared. Moreover, he had even taken out the heavens patching root. The first medicinal herb entered the cauldron and was gradually refined. The second stalk of herb entered the cauldron and was slowly refined. However, Li Lingtian did not let his guard down as this was his first time refining a Tier 6 pill. The medicinal herbs entered the cauldron one by one. Each medicinal herb needed half an hour to be refined. Seconds passed by, and 10 hours passed. 15 pill refiners left the pill refining room one after another, and each of them had a smile on their faces. This smile proved that they had already become spirit alchemists. Even if they couldn't get a ranking, they had become spirit alchemists and received the badge of the Alchemist Guild. However, Li Lingtian's elixir refinery room was the only place that remained quiet. 7 hours ago, Li Lingtian's elixir refinery lab had a spirit inject, but there was no news after that. Based on Li Lingtian's speed, he would rank high if he succeeded. This was because he had performed the spirit infusion very early, a full 5 hours earlier than the other pill refiners. In other words, his speed of refining pills was at least twice that of a spirit alchemist. Could it be that after the spirit infusion failed, he consumed too much energy and couldn't reach the level of spirit infusion? That's possible. After all, refining a Tier 5 pill isn't something an ordinary pill refiner can handle. Every cauldron of pills consumes a lot of energy. This requires a strong cultivation and true qi to support it. Even if he can't become an alchemist this time, his alchemy skills are still one step away from becoming an alchemist. With a peerless pill, even a spirit alchemist wouldn't necessarily be higher than him. Let's wait a little longer. If we can't succeed, we can forget about this competition. After all, the further we go, the more energy we expend, and the lower the success rate of refining pills. The experts on the high platform didn't speak, but the spirit alchemist and the saint alchemist began to discuss. In the end, they unanimously decided that if it didn't work, his qualification would be revoked this time. After successfully refining the 5th grade pill, he would directly prove himself as a spirit alchemist. Spiritual qi fluctuations. A spirit alchemist sensed a slight spirit qi fluctuation. 15 Spirit alchemists had already come out except for Li Lingtian. Naturally, the spirit qi fluctuation was caused by Li Lingtian. All the alchemists and warriors turned to look at Li Lingtian's elixir refinery room as the spiritual qi grew stronger. In the air, all the spiritual energy quickly surged over. Moreover, the intensity of the spiritual energy this time was even stronger than the first time. It did not seem to have been exhausted at all. Soon, a shocking pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. Boom! The square shook, and the shocking spiritual qi caused the space to tremble and tear. All the spiritual qi surged towards the pillar of light. In the depths of the sky, a 5-mile-wide halo appeared. The halo and the pillar of light continuously absorbed the spiritual qi in the air. 10 minutes later, the spirit qi disappeared again and entered Li Lingtian's elixir refinery room. All of the warriors were looking forward to the success of this pill refinement. This way, they would become the youngest spirit alchemist, an 18-year-old spirit alchemist. Half an hour passed, but there was no movement in the pill refining room. This situation made everyone puzzled. Could it be that it had failed again? However, only Apothecary Yunyuan had a strange expression on his face. No one knew what this expression meant. Without him speaking, no one dared to make a decision. They could only wait. Boom! Another shocking pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. This pillar of light was twice as powerful as the first one. In the sky, the halo of spiritual qi had also reached a size of 20 miles. All the spiritual qi quickly condensed. What's going on? But why did he use 2 consecutive spirit injections at the same time? Could it be that he refined 2 cauldrons of pills? Strange, how could such a thing happen? The experts on the high platform and the martial artists in the square were stunned when they saw this pillar of light. They had never heard of such a thing before. However, the expressions of the 10 pill masters and pill master Yunyuan changed drastically. They stared blankly at Li Lingtian's elixir refinery room as well as the astonishing spirit qi beam. 20 minutes passed, and the spirit energy pillar disappeared. It entered the pill refining room again. Boom! An hour later, another pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. This pillar of light was twice as large as the previous one, and the halo of spiritual energy in the sky also reached a radius of 40 miles. Boom! 2 hours passed. The 4th pillar of spiritual energy appeared. Boom! 3 hours later, the 5th pillar of spiritual energy appeared. The powerful aura of this pillar of light was enough to shock even a Supreme Realm expert. The halo of spiritual energy in the sky had already reached a radius of 100 miles. Boom! After another 4 hours, the 6th pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. When this pillar of spiritual energy appeared, the 10 spirit alchemists suddenly stood up. Even Grandmaster Yunyuan stood up. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. Although countless super experts did not know what was going on, they felt that something was wrong when they saw the movements of these spirit alchemists and saint alchemists and thought of this strange spirit qi injection light pillar. The martial artists in the square were also extremely surprised and did not dare to breathe too loudly. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the spiritual energy in the air, not daring to make the slightest movement, as if they were worried that if they moved, everything would change. Not only did the light pillar of spiritual energy in the air not disappear, but it also became even more violent. Spiritual energy kept surging over and was finally transmitted into the pill refining room through the light pillar. Rumble, crash. At this moment, a bolt of lightning appeared in the depths of the sky. The sky became densely covered with dark clouds, as if a storm was about to arrive. Chapter 310, Pill Tribulation, Breaking Through to the Martial Emperor Realm. This scene stunned all the martial artists in the square. He did not expect that such a thing would actually happen when refining medicinal pills. The thunder and lightning in the sky brought traces of fear to the martial artists. Crash, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with countless thunderbolts and lightning. All of them entered the spiritual energy light pillar. The electric arc followed the spirit chi light pillar and surged toward Li Lingtian's alchemy room. The light pillar began to distort. Pill tribulation, it's actually pill tribulation. Grandmaster Yun Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. The other spirit pill masters were also stunned. Pill tribulation. Only a tier 6 medicinal pill would have a chance to have a pill tribulation. Moreover, this pill tribulation was not something that could appear for every medicinal pill. Even 7th or 8th grade medicinal pills might not be able to cause a pill tribulation. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that only medicinal pills above 6th grade would cause a pill tribulation. What? This is a pill tribulation? The legendary pill tribulation. Pills that succeed in the pill tribulation often mutate and become precious transcendent grade pills. That's right. If a 6th grade or higher medicinal pill can still succeed in the pill tribulation, the value of this medicinal pill will infinitely double. The benefits it brings to the martial artist will also be heaven-defying. The few powerful spirit pill masters were shocked beyond words. They had never seen a pill tribulation in their lives, let alone a pill tribulation when they were refining pills. He never expected that this young man was actually refining a tier 6 medicinal pill and even attracted a pill tribulation. In the elixir refinery room, Li Lingtian was also in shock. He was about to succeed in refining a tier 6 elixir, yet the elixir tribulation had appeared. He could not help but smile bitterly. However, at this moment, he could not give up at all. He kept waving his hands and injecting spiritual energy into the cauldron. Countless pill tribulations entered the pill cauldron. Immediately, countless electric arcs were emitted from the pill cauldron. In the sky, lightning bolts continued to strike, and spiritual energy continued to descend. Li Lingtian's vital essence was completely depleted. Furthermore, he had already used the heaven-defying pill once. It was impossible for it to have any effect if he used it again. I'm going all out. With a resolute heart, he flipped his hands and a huge hole appeared in the alchemy room. Li Lingtian flew out with the elixir cauldron. His entire body was suspended in the air while the elixir cauldron spun continuously. Countless bolts of lightning and shocking spiritual energy kept bombarding the cauldron. All the warriors were stunned when they saw Li Lingtian's sudden attack. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the young man in the sky and the rotating pill cauldron in front of him. Countless lightning bolts continuously bombarded the pill cauldron. This scene was extremely magical. Not good, his primeval essence has been exhausted. He can't hold on until the end. An alchemist could easily tell Li Lingtian's current condition. Without his true essence, he would not be able to sustain the refinement process and the cauldron of pills would be useless. A cauldron of grade 6 medicinal pills, moreover a grade 6 medicinal pill with a pill tribulation, was scrapped just like that. No one would not feel regretful. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, Li Lingtian extended one hand into the void and conjured a strange seal with his other hand. The sky trembled as a strange aura appeared. Devouring light. At the same time that the strange aura appeared, Li Lingtian retracted his hands and cast countless spells. He extended his hands and the spirit chi in the world and the true essence of countless warriors surged toward Li Lingtian. Instantly, all the martial artists were stunned. Li Lingtian stabilized the cauldron as he absorbed spirit qi and true essence. Within 3 seconds, Li Lingtian's true essence had fully recovered and his face revealed a pained expression. He didn't dare to absorb too much Jin Yuan in front of so many super experts. He could only stop while he was ahead. As a result, the external Jin Yuan in his body kept attacking his meridians. Now, he could only use the heaven and earth reincarnation to suppress it. With true essence, he could withstand the pill tribulation and refine his own pills seriously, allowing the pill cauldron to suffer the pill tribulation. Everyone was stunned by the scene just now. They only felt their true essence and true qi flowing away. However, by the time they reacted, this feeling had already disappeared. They all felt that it was just an illusion, but only the powerhouses above the martial royal realm were truly shocked as they could clearly sense the terror of Li Lingtian's devouring light. However, at this time, what everyone cared about was whether the medicinal pill was successfully refined or not. Pill completed. After an unknown period of time, the Pili tribulation in the sky gradually disappeared. The spiritual energy pillar also slowly melted and finally dissipated in the air. At that moment, Li Lingtian gave a soft shout and a string of light shadows shot out from the cauldron. It emitted an ancient and heavy aura and a faint fragrance. After the light shadow appeared, it quickly devoured the spiritual energy in the spiritual energy pillar. Only when the spiritual energy in the air calmed down did the light shadow calm down. However, there was a faint electric arc on the surface of this pili. Collect the pills. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the jade bottle in his hand sucked the light shadow into the jade bottle. After he was done, Li Lingtian quickly put away the pills and floated in the air. Painful expressions appeared on their faces. This change caused countless experts to be stunned. Why did such a situation occur after successfully refining the pill? Li Lingtian then took out a fruit. It was the limitless Dao fruit. He quickly refined it and his aura changed. He's breaking through. Breakthrough? This is too unbelievable. Refining a medicinal pill and you want to break through? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Breakthrough? Countless powerhouses saw Li Lingtian's actions and the aura emanating from him. It was a sign of a breakthrough. Everyone was speechless. This was a monster. It was indescribable. Compared to such a monster, they even wanted to die. Boom! A burst of thunder appeared once again and continued to bombard Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was completely unaffected by the lightning and his clothes were torn to shreds. However, the aura on his body continued to rise and mutate. In just 10 minutes, his aura had risen to an extreme. Then, this aura disappeared as if it had been withdrawn. The thunder and lightning in the sky had also disappeared. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth, but his face revealed a confident expression. 1 a.m. The ruler of martial arts. The world is shocked by the emperor. Martial Emperor, I've finally broken through. The confidence on Li Lingtian's face grew stronger as he muttered to himself. The shocking martial emperor power surged out from his body and the world trembled. After reaching the martial royal realm, his entire body had been sublimated. His genuine vitality had become purer, and the 5-colored golden core in his dantian had become stronger. Li Lingtian's eyes swept across Guangzhou with an invincible confidence. Countless martial artists below the rank of martial emperor could not help but kneel down. Even experts below the 5th level of martial emperor had the urge to do so. They were extremely shocked. A newly advanced martial emperor actually had such terrifying strength. This was a supreme power. Li Lingtian closed his eyes slightly and examined his body internally. His meridians were strong, his true essence was pure, and his golden core was stronger. More importantly, the treasures that he couldn't control with his treasure control art had also received greater nourishment. The true essence nourished the treasures. His dantian was quiet as the golden core spun gently. However, Li Lingtian could imagine that he would unleash an earth-shattering attack if he channeled his energy. After a short while, Li Lingtian slowly descended in front of the countless powerhouses. In a flash, he flew toward the elixir refinery room. Then, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from inside. This medicinal pili was the 5th grade Azure Yang pill that he had just started refining. This is the pill 1 refined. Please check it. Li Lingtian hurled the jade bottle in his hand at one of the spirit alchemists. Following that, 2 elixirs flew out from the other jade bottle. One of the elixirs flew toward the eastern Tu Mutian while the other flew toward Alchemy Master Yunyuan Saint. All the powerhouses were staring at the elixir in Li Lingtian's hand. How powerful could a tier 6 elixir that had received the elixir tribulation be? Even Supreme Realm experts had never obtained a 6th grade medicinal pill under the pill tribulation. Not to mention a 6th grade medicinal pill under the pill tribulation, even an ordinary 6th grade medicinal pill was very difficult to obtain. Grade 5 Azure Yang pill. However, the quality of this pill. A spirit alchemist took out the Azure Yang pill from the jade bottle and examined it carefully. Suddenly, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Countless warriors and experts heard the words of this spirit alchemist and curiously extended their divine senses over, but they still did not know what was wrong with this pill. Some martial artists with low cultivation all thought that the pill refinement was unsuccessful. A 5th grade pill was unsuccessful, and he actually refined a 6th grade pill. Wasn't this nonsense? The quality of this medicinal pill has already reached 99%. It has surpassed high-grade medicinal pills, but it's only a hair's breadth away from peerless medicinal pills. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a pill is peerless. He actually managed to refine 99% of the pills. I'm really speechless. This medicinal pill should be said to be a pseudo-supreme grade. The few spirit alchemists all revealed a troubled expression. In the end, they started to discuss non-stop. One said that it was a peerless grade, and the other said that it was a high grade. The 2 spirit alchemists simply said that it was a pseudo-peerless grade. This description gave all the cultivators a headache. Even if they didn't know how to refine pills, they had never heard of a pseudo-peerless grade. Such a pill is of the highest quality. Li Lingtian was speechless as he stood beside GE and looked at the alchemists. He was now a tier 6 alchemist after refining a tier 6 pill. Compared to these tier 5 alchemists, he was a whole tier higher. When Li Lingtian spoke, no one dared to comment further. Although they were the judges, Li Lingtian's alchemy skills were obviously much better than theirs. There was no comparison between the two. Next, everyone looked at Grandmaster Yunyuan and Dongling Mutian. They still had a tier 6 pill in their hands, so they didn't know what was so special about it. No matter how bad the medicinal pills below the pill tribulation were, they were also not what ordinary tier 6 could compare to. Tier 6 Dust Cleansing Pill. Apothecary Yunyuan calmed down a little and revealed the name of the cauldron of pills Li Lingtian had refined. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not hide the shock in his heart. Chapter 311, Mutated Cleansing Pill, 1. Grade 6 cleansing dust pills could also be concocted by Alchemy Saint Yunyuan, but there had never been a pill tribulation. Moreover, this 6th grade cleansing dust pill had not only experienced the pill tribulation, but more importantly, this medicinal pill was of high quality. It was indeed heaven-defying to refine such a medicinal pill for the first time. High-grade grade 6 cleansing pill. Mutated. Chance of breaking through a bottleneck is 50%. After announcing the name of the pill, Pill Master Yunyuan continued to talk about the quality of the pill and the effects of the pill tribulation. With this sentence, all the super experts stood up, their faces revealing shock. There was a 50% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. What kind of concept was this? Grade 6 elixirs were used by martial emperors and martial honors. In other words, if a martial emperor or martial honored expert encountered a bottleneck, they would have a 50% chance of breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a higher realm with the mutated grade 6 cleansing elixir. Countless martial emperors and martial honors present had encountered bottlenecks before. Now that they had encountered such a medicinal pill, who wouldn't be excited? Tier 6 Dust Cleansing Pill. A high-grade Tier 6 medicinal pill. Mutated Tier 6 Cleansing Pill. A mutated Tier 6 medicinal pill that can break through a bottleneck. Isn't this too miraculous? In this world, there's still someone who can refine such a powerful medicinal pill. Sigh, this is heaven-defying. An 18-year-old 6th-grade spirit alchemist who can refine a mutated pill. I've finally seen what it means to be monstrous and heaven-defying. For a moment, they were shocked, horrified, and surprised. Tens of thousands of martial artists in the square were stunned. Grade 1 to Grade 4 pills were all peerless. Grade 5 pills were top-notch, and Grade 6 pills were mutated. None of these things had ever happened in the divine martial continent before. Each of these things had shocked the entire world. Who would have thought that all of these things had only happened to one person? Moreover, it was only a few days. All of this was done by others. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes gathered on Li Lingtian's body. They were filled with admiration, respect, and envy. This young alchemist was a miracle. One hereby announced that this time, a total of 15 people will become spirit alchemists. These 15 people will receive the Spirit Alchemist Guild's Spirit Alchemist Badge and honor. Everyone will be rewarded with a Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill from the Immortal Realm. The first place goes to Li Lingtian, the new Alchemy King. He has been awarded the title of Quasi-Level 7 Alchemy Saint by the Alchemist Guild and the honor of a Level 7 Alchemy Saint. I'm here to represent the Immortal Realm and invite Sir Ling Tian to be an honorary elder of the Immortal Realm. Grandmaster Yun Yuan announced loudly. He then took out the badge of the Alchemist Guild and engraved the name of the alchemist on each badge. Instantly, everyone was shocked and envious. Becoming a spirit alchemist meant becoming a member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, there was even a Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill as a reward. This was something that the Alchemist Guild hadn't done in several hundred years. To their surprise, Alchemy Saint Yunyuan gave Li Lingtian the title of Quasi-Alchemy Saint and even awarded him the Alchemy Saint badge. In other words, Li Lingtian would be the first holy alchemist in the Azure continent. Sir Ling Tian, are you willing to join the Alchemist Guild and exchange ideas about alchemy? Apothecary Yunyuan asked Li Lingtian with a faint smile on his face. Such a heaven-defying genius must be pulled into the Alchemist Guild. I am very honored, but one have many things to settle now. With the identity of an honorary elder, it is inevitable that some things are inconvenient. Therefore, when I truly become a saint alchemist, one want to settle my own matters before taking up the position of honorary elder. To everyone's surprise, Li Lingtian rejected such a good offer without hesitation. Even Apothecary Yunyuan Sheng was shocked as he did not expect to be rejected. This kind of opportunity, even many spirit alchemists didn't have the chance to join. Moreover, the Alchemist Guild only had 4 honorary elders so far. This identity could be imagined. He did not expect Li Lingtian to reject him without any hesitation, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he immediately understood something and valued this young man even more. After joining the Alchemist Guild, one would be a member of the Alchemist Guild. Their status would be incomparably transcendent, and ordinary forces would not dare to easily provoke them. This young man definitely did not want to test the influence of the Alchemist Guild to resolve some matters. This was a person's self-confidence, a person's principle. Not bad. To be able to do this, you are already a truly outstanding alchemist. Your future in alchemy is boundless. You can join the Alchemist Guild and become an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild will not interfere in your matters. This badge is the badge of a pill saint. Your strength has already reached the level of a pill saint. Tier 7 medicinal pills are only a matter of time and mood for you. Point 1. Hope these 3 Tier 7 Great Recovery pills can help you raise your cultivation a little. The badge of an honorary elder will be forged for you when you come to the immortal realm or the divine continent. However, I can inform the Azure continent. Pill Saint Yunyuan continued with a faint smile on his face. When all the martial artists saw that Pill Saint Yunyuan was trying his best to rope in this young man, they were all envious and jealous. The super powerhouses on the platform were also extremely envious. They wished they could tear Li Lingtian apart. How could he reject such a good offer? However, they didn't dare to show it. This young man was already a level 7 Divine Alchemist and the first Divine Alchemist in the Azure continent. Wasn't this the glory of the Azure continent? In the future, he would still have to take the test to become a Saint Alchemist to refine medicinal pills. Moreover, medicinal pills used by martial-honored realm experts could only be refined by level 6 or 7 alchemists. Alright, thank you, Pill Saint. Li Lingtian's heart raced. Joining the Alchemist Guild would bring him countless benefits. If he did not join, he would definitely offend this alchemy saint. Moreover, he would also become the target of other families. Rather than that, he might as well join the Alchemist Guild. That way, he would also have an Alchemist Guild as a backer. Okay, let's talk more in the future. You're also a Saint Alchemist, and I'm also a Saint Alchemist. You're being too polite. If you think highly of me, we should address each other as equals. Pill Master Yunyuan laughed and said loudly. Instantly, all the warriors were stunned. Who would dare to provoke Li Lingtian now? A level 7 Pill Saint of the Alchemist Guild was equivalent to Pill Saint Yunyuan and was an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. They all understood the status of Alchemy Grandmaster Yunyuan in the Alchemist Guild because his father was a level 9 martial emperor. He was also a level 8 alchemy saint in the guild and the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Next, Apothecary Yunyuan gave Li Lingtian an emblem of the Alchemist Guild. It was an inch-long emblem made of some unknown material. Its owner's information was recorded on it and there were countless tight arrays inside. It was also a defensive treasure of a celestial artifact. 3 7th-grade Great Cyclic Pellets and the recipe of the Great Cyclic Pellet were the rewards for the new king. When Li Lingtian put on the badge, all the warriors congratulated him. Even the martial emperors and martial honors greeted him politely. The status of a Tier 7 Saint Alchemist was absolutely not what ordinary martial venerables and martial emperors could compare to. Ji and Qingling were also overjoyed. This time, Li Lingtian had become the center of attention. Even the powerful martial emperors and martial supremes had to be polite. Rumble. At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded, and a destructive attack soared into the sky. The entire West City seemed to be trembling. All the warriors were shocked. Their faces were filled with horror as they looked into the distance where the explosion had occurred. What happened? It seems to be at the Yi family. Could it be that something happened in the Yi family? It should be the Yi family. That shouldn't be the case. The Yi family doesn't have any enemies or enemies. Such an attack is definitely a battle between martial honors. Let's go and take a look. CI. All of a sudden, all the warriors were shocked. The Yi clan was one of the most powerful clans in Qinglan City. It was known as the most powerful clan along with the Dongling clan and the Lan clan. There were dozens of martial honor experts in the clan, and all of them were experts with deep cultivation. Now that such a big battle had occurred, the person who came was definitely not simple. Li Lingtian was shocked. Yi Feng had not been around all this while, so the commotion this time was definitely related to him. Li Lingtian's expression kept changing as he watched countless warriors rush toward the place where the explosion had just occurred. The Yi family was known as one of the three major families in Qinglan City. It was many times more powerful than the other 7 major families. Moreover, the Yi family controlled the resources of the sea area and had a powerful background. Even the Lan family did not dare to easily go against the Yi family. In the Yi family's square, more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts surrounded a young man. The young man looked excited and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Yi Feng, surrender now and I can spare your life. The grudges from back then have already passed. As a disciple of the Yi family, you actually dared to offend your superiors. What punishment do you deserve?" Yi Lantian shouted loudly. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect that this warrior spirit's disciple from back then had already reached the realm of a martial honor in just 100 years. Moreover, his strength had far surpassed the first level of a martial honor. He didn't expect that the Yi family would abandon such a genius and turn him into a great enemy of the Yi family. The people outside didn't know what to say about their Yi family. After their Yi family's genius was plotted against by their own family, he had now become their enemy. Yi clan disciples, when have you ever treated me as a Yi clan disciple? Back then, you killed my parents, my grandfather, and all 47 members of my Yi clan. Did you ever think that we were all from the Yi clan, yet you would kill each other for the sake of the position of the clan? You won't even let go of my fiancé. Do you think I'm still a disciple of the Yi family today? Yi Feng said excitedly. He no longer had that wooden expression, his face was filled with madness. In these 100 years, he had endured countless pain, now, he could no longer endure it. Thinking about how his entire family had been exterminated, and his fiancée had also been plotted against, making his life worse than death. Now that he had become a martial honor, was it possible for him to admit that he was a disciple of the Yi family? More and more experts from Yi clan gathered. Hundreds of martial emperors and 36 martial honors had all arrived at the square, and 11 martial honors surrounded Yi Feng. There was also a huge black hole on the ground, which was obviously caused by the attack just now. P.S. The Mouse Who Marries a Cat, a mythical work of the chaotic heavenly emperor. Chapter 312, Yi Family, 1. Everyone was at fault for what happened back then. The winner is king, and the loser is the bandit. Yi Lantian said loudly. As the head of the family, he had to fight for the position in the past. However, Yi Feng's family was naturally the victim. Fortunately, Yi Feng escaped. In these 100 years, no one expected that this fish who escaped the net would still be alive, and even become a martial honor. Yi Lantian kept calculating in his heart. This Yi Feng's cultivation was only at the first level of the martial honored realm, but his true strength had already surpassed the first level. Even a second-level expert might not be able to kill him. Alright, the winner is king, and the loser is bandit. Today, you will give me an explanation. Only one of us can stay. Yi Feng's expression became more and more agitated, thinking about how his entire family was killed, even his fiancée was plotted against. How could he accept such a blow? As he spoke, he pointed his upper-grade emperor weapon at Yi Lantian. Yi Feng, who do you think you are? You are just a junior. How dare you speak to your elders like this? Ignorant thing, do you want the clan leader to make a move? I'll play with you. Yi Lantian didn't say anything at this moment. Instead, a second-level martial-honored warrior beside Yi Lantian stood up. The Yi family was one of the top 10 families in Qinglan City. The position of the family head was extraordinary. Moreover, Yi Feng was only a first-level martial-honored realm expert. He had always been competing with Yi Feng, but he did not expect that Yi Feng had disappeared for nearly 100 years and had now reached the martial-honored realm. How could he let Yi Feng leave alive? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, more than 10 figures shot over. 14 martial honors were floating above the Yi family square. staring at Yilan Tian and the others. 2. Lan Xiaoyao, have you forgotten that this is the Yi family? A third-level martial honored realm expert of the Yi clan was stunned when he saw the arrival of the Lan clan's martial honored realm expert. The other experts of the Yi clan were also puzzled. Could it be that Yi Feng wanted to start a war between the Lan clan and the Yi clan? Do you think my Lan family is afraid of your Yi family? You killed my daughter back then. Now, you should pay with your life, right? Lan Xiaoyao laughed loudly. He looked at the other revered martial artists with disdain and then looked at Yilan Tian coldly. Today, my Lan clan will not fight you, because this matter will be settled by Yi Feng and you. If you are not afraid of a war between the Lan clan and Yi clan, then let's see who is stronger, your Yi clan or my Lan clan. Lan Xiaoyao's entire body was emitting a shocking aura of vital essence. The power of the third level of the Supreme Realm was displayed, and the entire square was instantly ravaged by strong winds. A great battle was about to break out. Countless experts of the Yi family were stunned. If the Yi family and the Lan family were to fight, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Qinglan city. Moreover, when two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. You think you can influence the affairs of my Yi family? Attack, execute Yi Feng on the spot. Yilan Tian shouted. He waved his hand and signaled the 11 revered martial artists to kill Yi Feng. Boom! In the air, the primeval essence of the 11 martial honored realm experts circulated, a shocking destructive aura pressed down on Yi Feng. The space also trembled. Yi Feng's face was filled with shock. He felt indignant. His entire clan was killed, and now the entire clan was going against him alone. It was truly detestable. Heaven extinguishing earth fiend. The true essence in his entire body reversed, and a blood curtain was cast. Immediately, his entire aura became incomparably violent, and the destructive qi in the space also became strange. Since they did not treat him as a disciple of the Yi family, there was no need for him to become a disciple of the Yi family. Yi Feng was determined. He used the destruction taboo and burned his lifespan and primeval essence. Not good. The 11 Supreme Realm experts were shocked and retreated. However, it was too late. The destructive pressure had locked the space and they could not retreat at all. At this moment, Yilan Tian revealed a strange smile. The Lan clan's 14 martial honors were also stopped in the air by the Yi clan's martial honors. They could only watch as Yi Feng unleashed a destructive attack. After this attack, Yi Feng would also be destroyed. Crash! Space shattered, a white-robed figure landed in the sky above Yi Feng. A strange light struck Yi Feng's body. The heaven-destroying earth fiend was also destroyed. Yi Feng's entire body was smashed onto the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, when he saw the white-robed figure in the sky, his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. In the air, the aura returned to normal. The 11 Supreme Realm experts also revealed a trace of shock after surviving a disaster. If it was not for the strange light that suppressed the heaven-destroying earth evil by this white-robed figure, they would have been destroyed. Everyone was shocked. He was actually able to move freely in the confined space and lift the taboo of destroying the heavens and killing the earth with a single strike. Who dares to interfere in the Yi family's affairs? Yilan Tian was furious when he saw that someone had ruined the battle. When he said it, all the experts of Yi clan were stunned. They were confused. Was he really going to destroy more than 10 martial honors for Yi Feng? Was this still the duty of a family head? Was this still a family head protecting the family? I've intervened. So what? Are you trying to bite me? Are you really the head of the Yi family? The white-robed figure in the sky was naturally Li Lingtian. He flew over alone when he saw countless powerhouses rushing over. Ji and Qing Ling could rest assured with the silver-winged flying dragon and little white protecting them. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise, Yi Feng would have been completely destroyed. He had seen everything about Yilan Tian. He had a strange feeling. it was as if Yilan Tian wanted to destroy Yi family. All the experts were stunned by his words. Even the supreme realm experts of the Lan family were shocked. Who are you? Yilan Tian's heart skipped a beat as his expression kept changing. He glared at Li Lingtian coldly. It doesn't matter who he is. It's enough as long as he knows me. At that moment, before Li Lingtian could say anything, an ethereal voice rang out in the air. Many powerhouses were stunned when the voice appeared. Li Lingtian could not understand why it was him. Yilan Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. A grid appeared in the air, and an old man appeared in the air. Who else could this old man be other than Pill Master Yun Yuansheng? Your Excellency Pill Master Yun Yuan. Countless masters recognized him. They didn't expect that Grandmaster Yun Yuan would show up in the Yi family. It seemed that Grandmaster Yun Yuan knew Yilan Tian. Sir Ling Tian, you can tell? To the astonishment of all the powerhouses, the divine alchemist ignored the Yi clan powerhouses and greeted Li Ling Tian, who was in the air. Most of the powerhouses here were in closed-door cultivation and were unaware of the competition. Naturally, they did not recognize Li Ling Tian. If Sir Yun Yuan didn't come, one wouldn't be so sure. Sir Yun Yuan's arrival also confirmed my thoughts. Li Ling Tian spoke indifferently without greeting Alchemy Saint Yun Yuan. This situation shocked countless powerhouses. They wondered who he was to act so casually in front of an alchemy saint. As expected, you arrived first. Sir Ling Tian is also here. Sir Ling Tian. One didn't expect Sir Ling Tian to be here. At that moment, countless powerhouses were flying toward the Yi family. They hovered in the air and greeted Li Ling Tian and Apothecary Yun Yuan. This time, the experts of the Yi clan and the Lan clan were all stunned. They did not expect so many experts to suddenly appear. Moreover, they were actually greeting a young man. Could it be that the world had turned upside down? Let me introduce you all. This is the Alchemist Guild's new honorary elder, level 7 Saint Alchemist, His Excellency Ling Tian. Grandmaster Yun Yuan said loudly. Instantly, the experts of the Lan and Yi families were stunned. This young man was only 18 years old. How could he be a pill saint and an honorary elder of the immortal domain? This was too heaven-defying. No wonder he was so familiar with Pill Saint Yun Yuan. Ming Xiao, do you still want to hide? 100 years ago, I was plotted against by you. It is your honor that I came to find you today. After introducing Li Ling Tian, Apothecary Yun Yuan glared at Yilan Tian and shouted. All the powerhouses were stunned by his words. Only Li Ling Tian's smile grew wider. Ming Xiao, who is Ming Xiao? Is Yilan Tian an underworld cultivator? That's impossible, right? All of a sudden, all the experts were confused. It seemed that Pill Master Yun Yuan wouldn't just say that. Pill Master Yun Yuan shouted at Yilan Tian. Could Yilan Tian be Ming Xiao? Pill Saint Yun Yuan, I respect you as a pill saint and an expert of the Union, but don't frame me. Yilan Tian's expression changed drastically, but he soon calmed down and said loudly. However, when he saw the gazes of all the experts from the Lan and Yi families, his face gradually turned pale. Let's see who he is. Grandmaster Yun Yuan didn't explain. Instead, he pointed at the sky. All the experts looked up and saw a dashing figure appear. The appearance of this figure shocked the martial artists of the Yi and Lan families, as if they had seen a ghost. Yilan Tian, brother Yi, big brother? The figure in the sky landed on the ground. He was dressed in green and had a calm expression on his face. Even Li Ling Tian was surprised to find that the middle-aged man in green looked exactly like Yilan Tian. All the martial honors of the Yi family could not help but shout out. Their faces also revealed a puzzled expression. How could there be two family heads? Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, could it be that you want to get a fake person to frame this Yi? When Yilan Tian saw the middle-aged man in green, he couldn't help but tremble. He looked extremely uneasy. Ming Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? When you killed me 100 years ago, you didn't expect me to still be alive today. That's right. 1 a.m. Yilan Tian. 100 years ago, this guy plotted against our Yi family and Lan family together with the Dongling family. However, one accidentally found out about it and killed him. Luckily, the Pill Saint Master helped us, but he was also severely injured. You guys still don't know his identity, right? The remnant of the Netherworld, Xiao Ming, has always been plotting against the Qinglan city. Now, he actually wants the Yi family and the Lan family to fight and overthrow the Qinglan city. The green-robed middle-aged man became more and more excited as he spoke. 100 years ago, he was not the head of the family, but he was still a candidate for the head of the family. However, he did not expect to be plotted against. Moreover, he even harmed his own brother. When he spoke, he looked at Yi Feng who was on the ground. Tears could not help but fall from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 313, Jasper Saber. With just a few simple words, all the super experts of the Lan family and the Yi family were stunned. Although he didn't know who was the real Yilan Tian or the middle-aged man in green, he thought about what Yilan Tian had done over the years. He was totally different from the genius brother he used to have. Moreover, he had asked 11 revered martial artists to kill Yi Feng and even fought against Lan clan. This was definitely not something a clan leader should do. All of you, move aside. One want to see how much you've improved over the years. Pill Master Yun Yuan said. In fact, no one else needed to say anything to know that Yilan Tian was a fake. The middle-aged man in green was the real Yilan Tian. Since you found me, I want to see how you're going to escape today. There was nothing else for Ming Xiao to hide anymore. He had been pierced through. Now, he only wanted to think about how to leave this place. There were too many human experts. Any human would be able to interfere with his netherworld. Although he was not worried about these experts, if those super experts came, he would not be able to leave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the experts of the Lan and Yi families had surrounded the entire square. Even the experts who had just arrived were floating around the square. They had already used their emperor weapons. It seemed that they would not let Xiao Ming leave today. After the Lan family and the Yi family found out the truth, the feud from 100 years ago was resolved. Although the two families were enemies, their current opponent was Ming Xiao, the culprit behind the scenes. The real Yilan Tian walked in front of Yi Feng. He had a guilty expression on his face. Feng, it's eldest uncle who has let you down. If it wasn't for eldest uncle being useless, he wouldn't have implicated your entire family. Yilan Tian said seriously. Yi Feng's father was his brother. His brother's entire family was killed. There was nothing more painful than this. Eldest uncle, Feng, deserves to die. She misunderstood eldest uncle. At this moment, Yi Feng understood everything. It was all Xiao Ming's doing. It was also Xiao Ming who killed his entire family. Li Ling Tian looked at Yi Feng and tossed a bottle of healing pills to him before watching the battle in the sky. In the sky, all the experts looked at each other from afar and formed a siege. In the middle, Alchemy Master Yun Yuan was emitting a shocking aura. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial honored realm. His strength was terrifying. Last time, Xiao Ming's forbidden sneak attack did not kill him. One could imagine how powerful he was. Furthermore, after he was injured, he had been constantly improving his cultivation for 100 years to avenge the previous plot. He had endured for 100 years and finally came out now. One could imagine how angry he was. On the other hand, the opponent's Xiao Ming's strength was beyond Li Ling Tian and the rest's imagination. Initially, they did not get a clear look at him as he had been concealing his cultivation level. Now, he was displaying his terrifying strength. He was actually a 4th-level martial honored realm super powerhouse. The shocking nether energy filled the entire square with a sinister aura, causing people to involuntarily tremble. Yunyuan, you escaped 100 years ago. Hehe, today, you will all die. Ming Xiao laughed sinisterly. He did not know why he was so arrogant in front of hundreds of Supreme Realm experts. He was only a 4th-level Supreme Realm expert. Although the square was filled with 1st and 2nd-level Supreme Realm experts, he did not have the courage to do so when hundreds of Supreme Realm experts were gathered. Is that so? The 4th level of the Supreme Realm is indeed not bad. However, it's not like I haven't improved in the past 100 years. Sky Screen Divine Art, Heaven-Defying Power. Grandmaster Yun Yuan was also shocked. 100 years ago, the other party was still in the 3rd heaven, but now, he had reached the 4th heaven. He had advanced a level, and the other party had also advanced a level. Moreover, Ming Xiao's true strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, when he thought about how many experts were here, he felt a little relieved. The true essence in his entire body circulated. As a saint alchemist, he mainly cultivated the wood element with the fire element as a supplement. This allowed him to become a saint alchemist. Moreover, the Sky Screen Divine Art was a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Its power was shocking, and it was countless times stronger than experts of the same rank. The air trembled as a destructively Ling Tian headed straight for Xiao Ming. The two of them were mortal enemies. When they met, they would attack with destructive force. Mysterious Yin flames, destroy. A serious expression appeared on Ming Xiao's face as well. He flipped his hand, and a streak of underworld flames floated towards the attack in the air. Instantly, two shocking forces in the air pressed down on the surrounding warriors. Everyone retreated in a hurry while Li Lingtian's body flashed and drifted backward. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the two destructive attacks collided. The mysterious Yin fire actually directly swallowed Alchemy Master Yun Yuan's attack. Moreover, after the dark Yin fire devoured Alchemy Master Yun Yuan's attack, its power became even more terrifying and directly pressed down on Alchemy Master Yun Yuan. Huh! Grandmaster Yun Yuan's expression changed drastically. This mysterious Yin fire was also the move he used to plot against him last time. He didn't expect that the heaven-defying power he cultivated so hard would also be broken. He quickly retreated, his expression constantly changing. Boom! With a muffled sound, Pill Master Yun Yuan was swallowed by the mysterious Yin fire. In an instant, Pill Master Yun Yuan disappeared as if he had never appeared. Pill Sage Yun Yuan has fallen. 2. That's impossible, right? A 3rd Heaven Supreme Realm expert was killed in one move. Show. This is too terrifying. Countless super experts were shocked. One move was enough to kill a 3rd-level martial honored realm alchemist Yun Yuan. Wasn't this too terrifying? If that was the case, none of the Supreme Realm experts present would be a match for this Xiao Ming. 100 years ago, you were able to escape from this move. 100 years later, you still died to this move of mine. How stupid. Ming Xiao was also stunned. He was shocked when he saw his mysterious Yin flame kill his opponent. However, killing a 3rd Heaven Supreme Realm expert had also stunned these experts. However, after laughing, a destructive aura descended from the sky. 100 years ago, this move of yours was just a sneak attack. Do you think you're as stupid as the trash of the netherworld? Yun Yuansheng, who had fallen earlier, suddenly appeared in the air. A faint green halo enveloped her hand as she slashed down with a long green saber. Li Lingtian's destructive aura was emitted from this long green saber. Jasper Saber, a peerless heavenly weapon. Many experts recognized this long saber because it was famous. Among the heaven artifacts, there were almost no weapons that could be compared to the Jasper Saber. Moreover, this long saber was the nemesis of the netherworld. With one strike, even a powerful netherworld warrior would be killed. It seemed like Grandmaster Yun Yuan had made countless preparations for this. Even the treasures that could hide from the mysterious Yin flames were specially prepared to deal with Ming Xiu. Mysterious Yin flames. Ming Xiu used his dark Yin flames again, but this time, the dark Yin flames formed a spear that pierced through the air and affected the Jasper saber. All the warriors stared at the attacks of the Jasper saber and the mysterious Yin fire. The oppressive aura in the space became even stranger. Li Lingtian looked at the dark Yin fire and his heart was stirred. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was no match for Xiao Ming. Otherwise, if he refined this mysterious Yin flame, his ice flame would be even more terrifying and domineering. Tisk. With a soft sound, the jade blade split open the mysterious Yin fire. A green light instantly appeared in front of Ming Xiu, and his face was ashen. He did not expect the other party to be so well prepared. He did not guard against it and the other party took the initiative. Moreover, the other party had even used the Jasper saber. As he watched the green light shoot down, his heart trembled, and his expression twisted in pain. All. With a miserable cry, his entire body twisted. What terrified all the cultivators was that not only did Ming Xiu not die, but his cultivation base continued to rise in pain. The nether chi also became denser, and the entire square became gray. Puff! A mouthful of green blood spurted out. Xiao Ming's cultivation had actually reached the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. A green token appeared in his hand. His eyes had also turned green, and his entire appearance was extremely terrifying. Not good. When all the experts saw Ming Xiu's appearance, they all secretly cursed, but it was already too late. Ming Xiu waved the green token in his hand, and a black hole appeared in space. From the black hole, countless ghosts and spirits surged out. Every ghost and spirit was a martial king. The spirits of martial kings were not scary. The main thing was that these spirits filled the entire plaza, and spirits kept pouring out of the black hole. Kaka, Kaka. I said I would kill all of you. Xiao Ming waved the card in his hand and thousands of ghosts and spirits quickly rushed towards all the experts. Ghosts and ghosts did not have bodies. They were only soul bodies and could not be killed at all. In an instant, countless specters surrounded all the experts. Even martial honors could only attack. Every attack would kill a specter, but with so many specters, it was impossible to kill them all. Not good. Use fire martial soul attack. A Supreme Realm expert in the air was constantly being devoured of his true essence and life force. He was instantly shocked to death. No matter what attack he used, it could not do anything to the soul. At this moment, someone shouted loudly. Immediately, countless powerhouses who cultivated fire-type martial souls launched fire-type attacks, attacking and dodging at the same time. Li Lingtian unleashed a series of attacks to drive away the ghosts around him. Kaka, Kaka, fall. Qinglan City will be completely destroyed. Xiao Ming sinisterly laughed. He continuously waved the green token in his hand, causing countless ghosts to surge out. Immediately, tens of thousands of ghosts quickly rushed out of the square. This was no longer a personal grudge between Pill Master Yun Yuan and Ming Xiu. It was because Ming Xiu wanted to turn Qinglan City into the underworld. All the experts could see this situation, but they couldn't escape for a while. They couldn't stop Ming Xiu's goal at all. Moreover, all the experts discovered a terrifying thing. A huge compass appeared in Xiao Ming's hand, and mysterious light figures appeared. The Yin energy in the world surged wildly. Chapter 314, Infernal Yin Beast, 1. Li Lingtian was shocked to see this. Although it was impossible for these ghosts to hurt him, when all the ghosts appeared, Qinglan City would be finished. Moreover, this Xiao Ming's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. If this continued, he would not be able to leave. Thinking of this, he circulated his true essence and waved his hand, casting a ball of ice flame. With the appearance of the ice flame, the aura of the entire square became strange. The cold air that seemed to freeze the world carried a destructive power that could devour the world. All the martial artists felt this strange cold ice flame, and their faces revealed a look of surprise. Meteor shower. Li Lingtian suspended the icy blaze in the air with one hand and cast meteor shower. When the meteor shower appeared, the icy blaze merged with the fiery rain. Instantly, endless fire rain fell from the sky within 100 meters. Chirp, chirp. Squeak, 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 squeak. Ah, ah, ah. As RHE meteor shower descended, countless ghosts and spirits screamed in pain. Those ghosts and spirits that came into contact with the meteor shower were destroyed by the rain of fire. Countless martial honors and martial emperors were surprised to see the specter in Li Lingtian's fiery rain being killed. They darted toward the fiery rain in a flash. In the rain of fire, he could still block the rain of fire, but against ghosts, he could not stop. Even Xiao Ming, who was using the compass, was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian's fire rain. His expression darkened as he sped up his incantation gestures. TSK. Many warriors who entered Li Lingtian's fire rain thought that it would be easy to deal with. However, they did not expect it to be even more difficult to resist than a ghost. They thought to themselves, is this Sir Ling Tian not a martial monarch? He's clearly a martial monarch who just broke through. Why is this fire rain so terrifying? Even a Supreme Realm's fire rain was not as powerful as this. In an instant, countless powerhouses felt a tinge of fear toward Li Lingtian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Walla, walla. In the sky, the meteor shower continued to descend, and countless specters were quickly killed. The presence of Li Lingtian's fire rain had alleviated the pressure on many powerhouses. However, Ming Xiu's expression did not look good. Ghost of Hell, flag of the Netherworld. Die! Ming Xiu shouted softly. The nether chi around his body became even stronger. Even martial monarchs could feel a trace of coldness. Ming Xiu waved his hands continuously, and his face revealed a painful expression. Gradually, his face turned extremely pale, as if he had died once. Even a fool would know that Xiao Ming was using a forbidden attack. However, to everyone's surprise, a huge black flag appeared in the sky. There was a huge skull on the flag, and it looked extremely terrifying. Moreover, the flag was gloomy, as if it was in hell. The sky and earth became extremely dark, and the Qinglan city gradually darkened. Yin Qi was everywhere, causing all the warriors in the Qinglan city to panic. Kaka, kaka. A sinister laugh rang out from Xiao Ming's mouth. He curled his 10 fingers and 10 spell seals struck the flag. Immediately, a cold wind shook the flag. Roar, roar, roan. Roar. Roar. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the sky, the sounds of demonic beasts rang out as thousands of abyssal beasts surged out. Each abyssal beast was 10 meters tall. Martial Ancestor Realm Umbra beasts surged out continuously, and there were even Martial Emperor Realm Umbra beasts. At this moment, all the Supreme Realm experts were shocked. The Umbra beasts were extremely terrifying. With so many of them coming at once, even the Supreme Realm experts would not be able to resist them. Kill him. Ming Xiu saw the thousands of infernal beasts coming out and revealed a crazed expression. With a wave of his flag, hundreds of infernal beasts swarmed towards Pill Master Yun Yuan. Rumble. Rumble. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, countless experts from the Green Mist City rushed over. However, the tens of thousands of spirits and Umbra beasts in front of them were all stunned. If hundreds of martial arts grandmaster and martial emperor level Umbra beasts surrounded them, even a martial honor would be killed. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He could only rely on his movement technique and destructive attacks to repel the Umbra beast. If this continued, even he would be killed. However, it was already over if he wanted to leave now. Hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were actually charging towards them, and the meteor shower was rendered useless. Moreover, the meteor shower was constantly being used, and his consumption was also extremely fast. The ice flames he refined were also used up. In the sky, it was no longer the battle between martial venerable and spectral soul, but the battle between countless experts of Qinglan City and spectral soul. A simple revenge had turned into a war between humans and the underworld. Countless warriors had fallen, and the spirits were disappearing. However, the nether beasts were getting stronger and stronger after obtaining the nether energy. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the world. A martial-honored realm expert had died. This was also the first time a martial-honored realm expert had died. Join forces and kill Xiao Ming. Grandmaster Yun Yuan shouted. He was also surrounded by countless abyssal beasts. His entire body was covered in blood, and his expression was extremely pale. He had never thought that this Ming Xiao would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. This time, his revenge would turn out like this. Heavenly Sword. Grotto Heaven Palm. Flaming Saber. Martial Emperor Dao Formation. After Pill Master Yun Yuan's reminder, more than a dozen martial venerables and martial emperors attacked Xiao Ming with all their might. Immediately, the space was torn apart. Boom! However, the combined attack of more than a dozen super experts was easily blocked by the Netherworld flag, and more than a dozen super experts were injured by the Netherworld flag. Pft, pft. Pft, pft. All the experts were shocked. The joint attack of more than 10 super experts was actually easily broken by the other party. Moreover, these experts were all heavily injured. For a moment, negative emotions appeared in the hearts of countless experts. Facing the attacks of countless ghosts and dark sea beasts, they felt their hearts tremble. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. It was at this moment that Li Lingtian found a chance. He extended his hands and the space around him trembled. A glacier and a flame appeared in his hand. When the two extreme attributes appeared, the aura of death and destruction appeared in the space. All the powerhouses were shocked by the aura as they directed their divine consciousness at Li Lingtian. When they saw the two ultimate martial soul attributes in Li Lingtian's hands, their expressions changed drastically. Even Xiao Ming's sinister smile froze on his face. To Rhe warriors' astonishment, Li Lingtian joined his hands together and combined the two ultimate attributes. In the sky, there was an intense tremor, and a soaring aura of extermination filled the air. A four-colored pillar of light ignored the distance between them and instantly arrived in front of Ming Xiao. Netherworld Flam Devour. Ming Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw Li Lingtian's destructive attack. He dared not be careless. With a wave of his Netherworld flag, hundreds of dark sea beasts fended off the attack. However, the nether beasts did not resist at all. In front of the four-colored light pillar, they were destroyed like air. The beam of light also struck the Netherworld flag, and a shocking devouring power appeared on the Netherworld flag. However, when this power collided with the four-colored pillar of light, a shocking explosion sounded. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, the beam of light vanished and the Netherworld flag returned to its original form. Li Lingtian's body trembled as he was quickly sucked into the Netherworld flag. Countless powerhouses were horrified to see this. Even such a terrifying attack had been destroyed. Although the netherworld flag had returned to its original form, Li Lingtian was about to be devoured. This was the most shocking thing. Spatial imprisonment. Unexpectedly, just as Li Lingtian was about to disappear, the space around him froze. A pair of crystal-clear wings appeared on Li Lingtian's shoulders. With a flap of the wings, Li Lingtian disappeared. The space returned to its original state, but Li Lingtian vanished into thin air as if he had never appeared. You don't know your own strength. Since that's the case, I'll show you what an attack is. Li Lingtian's figure appeared once again, but this time, he was far away from the square. He was hovering on top of a pavilion 10 miles away. With a faint smile on his face, he looked coldly at Ming Xiao. After saying that, he reached out with one hand and a ball of light appeared in his hand. Immediately, a crystal-clear sword appeared in front of him. Saint Artifact. Saint Artifact. A shocking pressure pressed down on the square. Within a radius of 100 miles, the pressure of the Saint Artifact descended, suppressing countless ghosts. After Spectral's soul was suppressed by the pressure, all the experts felt much less pressure, but when they felt the pressure in the air, they were all shocked. Although he had never seen a Saint Artifact before, only a Saint Artifact could emit such a pressure. The negative emotions in the warriors' hearts vanished when they saw the sacred weapon in front of Li Lingtian. With the existence of the sacred weapon, their chances were higher. Li's expression on Ming Xiao's face kept changing. He had not expected the other party to have a Saint Artifact. The power of a Saint Artifact was not something he could easily block. However, he was relieved when he saw Li Lingtian's cultivation base. It was impossible for a martial royal realm warrior to control a sacred weapon. Naturally, he would not be able to unleash its power. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. His entire body was exuding a shocking sword will. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. Then, he slapped the ball of light in his hand, and the ball of light disappeared into the Tianyu sword. The Tianyu sword spun even faster. A summoning force appeared and all the warriors' swords within 100 miles of Li Lingtian in Qinglan City flew away automatically. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived around Li Lingtian. A world of swords was formed around Li Lingtian. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of sharp swords formed a circular sword array. The swords emitted destructive sword silks. With a thought of his divine sense, the 10,000 swords of the 10,000 returning swords flew out together and bombarded Xiao Ming with destructive sword light. The space also began to tremble. Chapter 315, Level 3 Expert, 1. All the powerhouses, including the Umbra beasts, stopped at that moment. They watched in horror as the 10,000 sword rays and Li Lingtian bombarded Ming Xiao. The Supreme Realm Expert was also shocked. He thought about how he had encountered such a heaven-grade divine power and did not know how to deal with it. Rumble, swoosh, 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 rumble, chi-chi, chi-chi. The shocking sword light instantly struck Ming Xiao's defense and exploded with a terrifying destructive aura. Ming Xiao's entire body was smashed into pieces, and the netherworld flag in his hand was also knocked down. However, at this moment, the strange formation plate erupted with a shocking amount of netherworld chi. True dragon body protection. In a flash, Li Lingtian arrived at the plaza as well. When he saw the shocking nether energy, he activated the true dragon body barrier and unleashed his dragon energy to quickly suppress the nether energy. For a moment, the nether energy and dragon energy collided with each other, and the 10,000 swords of the myriad returning swords continuously strangled Xiao Ming. All the warriors were shocked and they saw Li Lingtian defeat Ming Xiao single-handedly. They were also relieved. If one die, I'll die with you. Just as all the cultivators felt that the battle had ended, Xiao Ming's sinister laughter rang out once again. The entire voice was ethereal and uncertain, and the source could not be found. Not good. Li Lingtian was shocked and he saw a terrifying beam of light emerge from the array board. The beam of light shot up into the sky and finally headed toward the Yi family's backyard. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the backyard of the Yi clan, and a ray of light burst out. The appearance of this ray of light instantly enveloped the Yi clan, and all the warriors and infernal beasts in the square, including everything else, were sucked in. In the blink of an eye, not a single martial artist or Umbra beast was left on the Yi family square. All of them had disappeared. Only the warriors of the Yi family were still floating in the air. They were stunned when they saw everything in front of them. The world fell silent once again, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, a shocking light erupted in the direction of the Dongling clan. Shoo! The remaining martial artists were all shocked by what had happened in the Yi family. They did not know what was going on. Li Lingtian had already killed Xiaoming and had even teleported everyone away. No one knew where he was teleported to. In less than 10 minutes, the news of the Yi clan and Dongling clan had spread throughout the entire Azure Mist City. The remnant of the Netherworld, Xiaoming, had appeared and released countless spirits and Umbra beasts. In the end, he had even teleported all the experts to a mysterious place. All the powerhouses had disappeared, including Sir Ling Tian and the Saint Alchemist from the alchemy competition. Li Lingtian's face was filled with shock. Faced with the strange suction force, he could not resist at all and could only watch helplessly as he was teleported away. His entire body entered a grey world, and the other martial artists could vaguely see him. However, in the end, there was only darkness in front of him. His body was inexplicably landed. When he saw it clearly, it was a hellish scene. Light gradually appeared in front of him, but this light was completely different from the usual world. It was as if a lamp was lit in the dark night, giving off a gloomy feeling. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, a cold aura burst out from behind. In a flash, Li Lingtian shifted 10 meters away in a strange manner. He looked at the black hand that had ambushed him and realized that it was a martial grandmaster Umbra beast. Die! Li Lingtian waved his hand and a sharp force was unleashed. Instantly, the Umbra beast at the martial ancestor level was split into two. A dusky inner core rolled out. Li Lingtian grabbed it with one hand and a stream of vital essence swept the inner core over. As he looked at the inner core, his expression changed rapidly. This inner core carried a dense aura of darkness, but it was indeed the wrong material. This place isn't the divine martial continent at all. Could it be the legendary 9 Netherworld city? Li Lingtian looked around and extended his divine consciousness. This place did not suppress the divine consciousness and allowed the warrior's divine consciousness to extend out. Looking at the surroundings, it was like hell. The grey world and some flowers and plants also looked gloomy. However, he did not see the 9 Netherworld city here. He did not know where this place was. However, even though he did not see Jiuyoming city, he could tell that this was no longer the divine martial continent, but an independent space. Then, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense again and found 2 martial artists. They were also the martial artists in the Yi family square. The 2 martial artists were also terrified. They did not know where they were. Following that, Li Lingtian's body flashed. He had to find a place to rest and recover his true energy. Otherwise, he would be doomed if he encountered the terrifying Umbra beast. Half an hour later, in a hidden canyon, Li Lingtian waved his hands and a dozen formations of different sizes were cast. He then sat cross-legged and began to recover his true essence. After searching for half an hour, there was no cave at all. Only this canyon was slightly better. In this half an hour, they had discovered quite a number of Umbra beasts. Moreover, these Umbra beasts were all very low level, only at the 1st or 2nd rank. These Umbra beasts were definitely not the ones summoned by Ming Xiu in the Yi family square. This only proved one thing: this place was the Umbra land, or rather, Nine Nether City. Only Jiuyou Ming City had such a world. Li Lingtian was even more vigilant because there was still Ming Xiu. He would not have died so easily. Although his myriad returning swords was much stronger than before, it was not enough to kill a 5th-level martial honored realm Xiu Ming. After a day, Li Lingtian walked out of the canyon and began to search around. He could not stay in this place for long and had to find a way to leave. However, this world was gray and there was no way to leave at all. A flying sword appeared under his feet and quickly flew into the distance. He could not find a way out alone, but he could join forces with other Supreme Realm experts to search for it. 5 days passed. In these 5 days, he did meet a few martial artists, but they were all martial emperors. He had not even met a martial honor. On the way, they encountered countless Umbra beasts. Li Lingtian was able to kill Tier 4 and Tier 5 Umbra beasts in a single blow. However, it would take some time for him to fight Tier 6 Umbra beasts. Because in such a place, he did not dare to be too careless. He could only fight steadily. On this day, as Li Lingtian was flying, a destructive beam of light blasted toward him, causing the space to tremble. Li Lingtian's body flashed when he saw the destructive light, but he could not escape the light's attack. Ice and Fire Ring, Shield of the Earth, True Dragon Body Protection. With the 2 treasures and the True Dragon Body Barrier, even a martial emperor would find it difficult to break through such a defense. Boom! With a dull thud, Li Lingtian's body was pushed back. His mind trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, an elegant figure appeared in the air with a faint smile on his face. "You don't recognize me, right?" The middle-aged man said coldly as he walked toward Li Lingtian step by step. His entire body was emitting a dense true essence force. A terrifying aura tore through the air. Just this aura alone made the martial monarch powerhouse lose the slightest sense of resistance. The expression on Li Lingtian's face kept changing. He was also shocked. He did not expect a powerhouse at the peak of 3rd Heaven martial honored realm to appear in this place. He had not seen this middle-aged man during the battle in the square, so he did not know how he had arrived here. He was a rank 1 martial emperor and had no chance against a peak 3rd level martial honored realm expert. His strength was enough to deal with a 1st Heaven powerhouse. If it was a 3rd Heaven, he could only run. "I don't seem to know you. Why did you attack me in this place?" Li Lingtian's expression gradually calmed down as he asked the middle-aged man in a questioning tone. "I don't have Yin Jianpain of Kanglan House." Yin Jianpain said coldly with a disdainful look on his face. A martial royal realm expert had somehow killed the warriors of the House of Storms. How embarrassing. So it's the trash from the Kanglan House. One have nothing to say. Li Lingtian's face revealed an one-see expression as he summoned his thunderclap wings. With a flash of the thunderclap wings, he vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already 20 miles away. Don't you want to escape from me? You're courting death." Yin Jianpain did not expect that a martial emperor would dare to run away from him. It was simply an insult. His expression darkened as his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the spot where Li Lingtian had appeared. The 2 of them continued to flash. Li Lingtian was using his thunderclap wings. Yin Jianpain was astonished after every flash because there was no spatial fluctuation when Li Lingtian teleported. Furthermore, he had to use his divine perception to search for Li Lingtian when he was chasing after him. Otherwise, he would not be able to find Li Lingtian's whereabouts. One after the other, the 2 figures flashed continuously, playing a game of chase. Spatial imprisonment. After Li Lingtian's 7th flash, his body disappeared and he never reappeared again. There was no trace of his aura left behind. He used the spatial banner and hid in the air. There was no aura on his body. He looked at the middle-aged man who was chasing after him with a sharp gaze and began to calculate in his heart. He did not have the slightest confidence that he would be at the peak of the third level of the martial-honored realm. If it was another third-level martial-honored realm expert, he could still make a move. However, the experts of the House of Storms did not dare to be so rash. As one of the three most powerful forces in the Azure continent, the experts below were also tyrannical and powerful. They were countless times stronger than those of the same cultivation level. His figure was hidden in the air as he watched Xiaofan scan with his divine consciousness. When the divine consciousness came to his side, he could clearly feel his heart tremble. The divine consciousness of a peak third-level martial-honored realm expert was indeed domineering. Chapter 316, Escape, Heaven-Destroying Divine Arrow. However, so what if his divine sense was powerful? It was still not on the same level as the eyes of the divine soul. Xiaofan's divine sense was indeed powerful, at the peak of the third level of the supreme realm. However, his divine sense was huge but scattered. It was not as sharp as the eye of the divine soul. Lilingtian hovered in the air and concealed himself. The spatial banner enveloped the area within 100 meters, making it impossible to see or locate him. Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. That martial emperor youth had actually disappeared right under his nose. Although the young man's teleportation was magical, he could only move within 20 miles and could not escape the divine sense of a martial honor. However, this young man had escaped right in front of him. He felt a wave of humiliation in his heart. If news of this spread, where would he put it in front of him? He searched the air with his spirit sense again and again. He firmly believed that this young man had not left the range of his spirit sense. Seconds passed by, and everyone within a radius of 500 miles had been scanned by his divine sense. His entire body was constantly moving. However, at this moment, a destructive pressure descended from the sky. This pressure was like the divine might of the 9 heavens, making people feel like worshipping it. The wrath of the gods. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Every bolt of lightning contained destructive power, and a terrifying aura filled the space. Xiaofan's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene of destruction. Heaven-tier divine power skill. Xiaofan had never expected such a destructive attack to appear in the sky. This destructive attack was not heavenly might, but a divine power skill cast by a martial artist, a heaven-grade divine power. He had seen many heaven-tier divine power skills, but he had never seen such a terrifying one. He had also mastered a heaven-grade divine power skill, but it was only a low-grade divine power. The divine power before him was definitely a top-notch existence. Naturally, he did not know that after Lilingtian's cultivation reached the martial emperor realm, several of his heaven-ranked divine powers had reached the mastery stage. The power he displayed was also extremely domineering. It was many times stronger than when he was a martial arts grandmaster. As his cultivation reached the martial emperor realm, all his skills and cultivation had improved, and his strength had soared. The god's wrath of heaven had reached a terrifying level. When it was unleashed, the destructive lightning between heaven and earth would strike. Even a supreme realm expert would be caught off guard. Heavenly light, the body of a god. While Xiaofan was shocked, he could only use his strongest defense. Immediately, the destructive attacks continued to bombard him, and his entire body was blasted into the soil. Boom! With the final explosion, the wrath of the gods disappeared. Xiaofan was beaten until his face was covered in dust. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with anger. Damn it! With a loud roar, his body flashed out, but at this moment, a destructive sword intent pressed down from the sky. At the same time, a shocking pressure continued to crush down from the sky. He raised his head and saw a crystal-clear longsword spinning in the sky. The young man was also in the air with a mysterious light in his hand. He had a faint smile on his face and a disdainful look in his eyes. So what if he was a Supreme Realm expert? As long as he had the upper hand, he would still beat him up when he was down. Myriad swords returned to the origin. When Yin Jianping saw Li Lingtian's eyes and smile, he wished he could tear the young man into pieces. However, before he could get angry, Li Lingtian shouted softly and slapped the light ball in his hand with supreme true essence on the sword. Countless flowers and trees in the world turned into sharp swords and attacked from all directions. The Tianyu sword that was suspended in the air struck down as well. Even if the saint weapon could not kill you, it would at least skin you alive. This was Li Lingtian's style. Rumble. There was no resistance at all. The destructive sword light and countless flowers and plants turned into sharp swords that bombarded Yin Jianping continuously. Yin Jianping was beaten up like a beggar. The protective light shield on his body was also blasted into pieces, and his face was pale. The blood that flowed out also soaked the clothes on his chest, making him look extremely terrifying. Heaven-destroying divine arrow, die. Yin Jianping had never suffered such a blow before. He was actually suppressed by a martial emperor. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in. With a violent roar, a shocking violent aura burst out. He grabbed at the air with one hand and a spirit chi arrow appeared. A mighty and domineering bow was drawn and the spirit chi arrow was aimed at Li Lingtian. Instantly, Li Lingtian's heart trembled involuntarily. It was similar to the feeling he had when he encountered the mysterious heavenly bow. After being locked onto, his aura was also locked onto. As if being stared at by a venomous snake, the sword light of the Tianyu sword also directly bombarded downwards. Even with the attack of the Tianyu sword, he did not feel at ease at all. He circulated his true essence and used the great cloud palm. At the same time, he also used the shield of the earth. Rumble. A long arrow shot towards the Tianyu sword with a loud explosion, bringing along Li Lingtian's destruction. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he realized that the celestial sword radiance had been broken by such an arrow. The celestial sword was a perfect grade saint weapon. Coupled with the power of the myriad returning sword, it could even kill a martial supreme with a single strike. However, in front of a third-level Supreme Realm expert, it was broken so easily. It seemed that after a Supreme Realm expert showed his might, he could not be underestimated. Crash. The shield of the earth was a low-grade heaven artifact, but a hole appeared in front of the arrow. The arrow pierced through the shield of the earth. The great cloud palm did not resist at all and directly dissipated. The light shield protecting the true dragon's body also quickly trembled in front of this arrow. He spat out a mouthful of blood as the arrow pierced through the light shield of the true dragon. His arm was pierced through, and he had to move instinctively in the face of danger. However, it was too late, and his arm was still destroyed by the arrow. The true essence in his entire body started to run amok. This sharp arrow carried a strange destructive power that could completely attack and defend. His body fell rapidly, and his mind trembled. He never thought that this arrow would be so domineering, completely beyond his imagination. With a flick of his divine sense, he withdrew the sky sword and disappeared in a flash. "You want to leave? There's no way." Yin Jianping was enraged when he saw Li Lingtian escaping. He had used up more than half of his true essence and blood essence to cast the arrow. He had paid a hefty price. However, he didn't expect that he still couldn't kill this young man. He also felt a trace of fear towards this young man. If he did not have the heaven-extinguishing divine arrow and was killed by the other party, he would have ended up in such a state as a third heaven-revered martial artist. His body flashed and his divine sense swept around. This time, he definitely couldn't let this young man leave. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. As the thunderclap wings flapped, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood from 20 miles away. His expression turned ugly. The true essence in his body was in chaos, his arm was numb and he could not move. Even true essence could not stop the bleeding at the wound. There was also a strange force surging in his body, making it impossible for his true essence to calm down. If this continued, not to mention killing a third-level Supreme Realm expert, even using his true essence would be a problem. Without true chi, a cultivator would be useless. In a place like this, not having true chi was not courting death. Ice flame. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and a stream of icy frost flame gushed out. This wisp of icy frost flame was condensed while he was resting here and could only be used now. The icy frost flame was aimed at the wound. Traces of icy frost flame burned on his arm, but it did not harm him at all. Not only did it not cause any damage, but the ice flames also clashed with the strange aura beside the wound. At this moment, a destructive attack came crashing down. Yin Jian Pain crossed 20 miles and landed not far from Li Lingtian. A destructive attack came crashing down. Thunderclap wings. When Li Lingtian sensed the danger, he shifted his body as well. A black hole appeared where he had been standing. After his body flashed, his aura and figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already 20 miles away. Spatial imprisonment. The moment Li Lingtian's body landed, he cast the spatial banner and unleashed spatial imprisonment on the spot where he appeared. However, he did not leave immediately this time. Instead, he paused for a moment. Yin Jian Pain had already landed beside him. However, the moment he landed, his expression changed drastically. Because he felt the freezing of space, even he, a Supreme Realm expert, was imprisoned. Divine destruction to the extreme. Li Lingtian's face contorted in pain. A beam of destructive light shot towards Yin Jian Pain at an extremely fast speed. When Yin Jian Pain saw this destructive heaven-grade divine power attack, he continuously struggled, and the space trembled. In an instant, the spatial imprisonment shattered. However, when the spatial imprisonment shattered, the God-extinguishing extreme also bombarded his body. After using God-extinguishing extreme forcefully, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely cold. Empyrean Terminus Tyrant Emperor, Saber. He moved his divine sense and wanted to use the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, but he was already powerless because his entire body began to go numb, and even his meridians were gradually sealed. He was extremely shocked. If this continued, he would immediately die here. He looked at Yin Jian Pain on the ground. This was the best opportunity for him to use his Heaven's Extreme Overlord Saber. However, he could not do it now. With an unwilling expression, he flapped his thunderclap wings and quickly flew into the distance. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Jian Pain was furious on the ground, but all the meridians in his body were broken, and he had no strength to fight. With a sweep of his divine perception, Li Lingtian was 20 miles away. However, the next time he appeared, there was no trace of his aura. Little did he know that when Li Lingtian used the thunderclap wings for the second time, he had fallen into a lake and a black mist had appeared in the lake. The black mist swept Li Lingtian into it. Li Lingtian was horrified when he saw the scene. He did not expect such a turn of events to happen at the place where he appeared. Whoosh! With a slight gust of wind, Li Lingtian fainted in the black mist and disappeared into the lake. Chapter 317, Breakthrough. In the dark world, the Umbra beasts were roaming about. Occasionally, a huge and violent Umbra beast would appear. Roar! With a loud roar, a level 3 6-step Umbra beast roared out. Its huge body was not clumsy at all. On the contrary, it was extremely agile. The three Supreme Realm experts walked together, looking for a way out in this dark world. All. With a miserable cry, the level 6 third-level Umbra beast bit one of the first-level martial-honored realm experts into 2 pieces and died. The other 2 martial-honored realm experts were stunned by the scene in front of them. Their bodies flashed quickly and shot into the distance. However, just as they flew up, a strange nether chi slashed down from the sky. The nether chi had the terrifying effect of losing one's mind. The bodies of the 2 Supreme Realm experts swayed a few times before they fell. In the same dark world, more than 10 Supreme Realm experts flew into the distance. After 10 days of running, a powerful city appeared in front of them. The sky above the city was filled with energy. More than a dozen Supreme Realm experts looked at the vast city in front of them and were stunned. He had never seen such a powerful city before. He had never thought that there would be a city in this place. However, this city was emitting a strange aura everywhere. It was as terrifying as Underworld City. The sinister aura kept drifting out. On the other side, more than 30 Supreme Realm experts were traveling together. One of them was holding a mysterious compass and was looking for something according to the compass. "Big brother, we should be arriving at Jiuyoming City soon, right? Look, isn't the 9 Netherworld City ahead? It really is 9 Nether City. Point 9 Nether City, I've finally found it, haha. Our Dongling clan is going to dominate the Azure continent." The 30 or so Supreme Realm experts looked at the distant city and became excited. However, when they saw that there were more than 10 experts in front of the city, they were all shocked. Similarly, the experts in front of the city also saw the experts coming from afar, and their faces were filled with shock. Why are all the martial honors of the Dongling clan here? Could it be that the Dongling clan has really joined forces with Ming Xiu? Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. Not good, we should retreat first. We can't provoke the other party's faction. It's fine. Look to the south. The dozen or so martial honors recognized the 30 or so martial honors in the distance. They were actually experts from the Dongling clan. However, after discovering the other party's strength, they all wanted to retreat. They didn't dare to stay here for long. Even if there were treasures here, they had to avoid the Dongling clan first. Just as they were about to leave, one of the Supreme Realm experts saw more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts coming from the south of the city. Moreover, there were also many martial artists coming from other directions. Ing Tian, you guys are here too. A peak second sky martial honored realm expert shouted. He also noticed the Dongling clan's experts in the distance. At this moment, they had to join forces or they would be defeated by the Dongling clan one by one. When they were in the square, Yilantian had said that the Dongling family had colluded with Ming Xiu. Now that the Dongling family had come here, they must have some sort of treasure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered all their experts here. Daoist Master Songye, aren't you here too? Ing Tian said loudly. Then, some Supreme Realm experts began to greet him. Soon after, everyone began to discuss whether they should enter or leave the city. This time, almost all the experts in the square, including martial honors and martial emperors, had arrived. Some low-level martial artists had long been killed and devoured by the Umbra beasts. The experts of the Yi and Lan families also appeared here. In an instant, the experts of the Yi family's square gathered again. Li Lingtian did not know how long had passed before a cold sensation spread throughout his body. He slowly woke up and opened his eyes. His vision was blurry and dark, and he could not see where he was. However, the place he touched was cold. This feeling was like being in a gloomy cemetery. Although martial arts experts didn't believe in ghosts, there were ghosts and ghosts, as well as terrifying netherworld experts. All the meridians in his body had been sealed. His injured arm was numb, but the wound had already healed. Without any true essence, he stood up with difficulty and looked around carefully again. This place was actually a stone room. The stone room was dark and damp. There was a sinister feeling and a flicker of fire from time to time. If Li Lingtian did not feel that he was still breathing and that his blood was slowly circulating, he would have thought that he was dead. He finally reached the stone wall and slowly walked forward with his hand on the cold stone wall. This place was a stone chamber, but it was only a part of it. Rather than calling it a stone chamber, it was more like a palace, an underground palace. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he had already walked through the entire palace. There were no stone doors in the palace, and every stone room was almost the same. Palace of Tragic Death. Xianming Pavilion. Azura Palace. Ghost King Palace. Dark Een Palace. Yama Palace. Nether King Palace. This palace was extremely large. It formed the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams formation of humans. Every palace or hall was far away. It seemed far away, but it was only a step away. Even Li Lingtian was baffled by this feeling. In the end, he could only attribute it to the array formation. In other words, this place was a miniature version of the residence of a mighty figure in the underworld. The 16 individual small palaces formed a large palace. Li Lingtian had explored all of these places, but he could not enter any of them. He didn't have the strength to enter such a small palace. Each palace had a magical formation and restriction. If he had cultivation, he could easily enter and exit, but now that he did not have any true essence, it was just a dream to enter. Little White. Li Lingtian subconsciously called out to Little White, but there was no response. Only then did he remember that Little White and the silver-winged flying dragon were coveting Qingling. Now that he wanted to cultivate and recover, he needed strong protection. Without cultivation, it was definitely impossible for him to leave this place. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. In the end, he called out for the jade-eyed beast and the multicolored beast. The 2 demonic beasts guarded Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to enter the divine dragon ring, and the divine dragon ring disappeared. In the space of the divine dragon ring, Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all as he headed straight into the depths of the dragon abyss. After entering the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds, his body entered the world of dragon energy and he immediately roared. This kind of pain was simply not something that a human could withstand. Li Lingtian's face had lost all color after losing consciousness countless times. However, there was a glimmer of hope on his face because the meridians in his body were gradually recovering. Although he could not recover immediately, there was still hope. As the days passed, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again to find that his meridians had recovered and the dragon energy in his body was surging. True Dragon Body Barrier, 3rd level, Breakthrough. Feeling the soaring dragon energy in his body, Li Lingtian activated the True Dragon Body Barrier and the dragon energy from the 3,000 worlds continued to enter his body. Although this was only the first world, the shocking dragon energy was extremely dense. Half an hour later, the dragon energy in his body reached its limit, and he broke through the 3rd layer of the True Dragon Body Barrier. A dragon-like aura surged out. True Dragon Body Barrier, the 3rd level, the power of the Azure Dragon. When it was used, 3 terrifying Azure Dragons swept across the world. Even a Supreme Realm expert would not dare to easily resist the destructive power. Moreover, it was the power of 3 berserk dragons. With the breakthrough of the True Dragon Body Barrier, not only was its offensive power incomparably powerful, but its defense had also reached a terrifying level. Although he did not dare to say that he was at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, he could withstand a full-force attack from a 1st-level Supreme Realm expert. This was the power of the True Dragon Body Protection. The dragon energy had also become purer. Although it could not compare to Little White, it was not much different. After breaking through the 3rd layer of the True Dragon Body Barrier, he did not expect that he would also loosen up as a level 1 Martial Emperor. Li Lingtian quickly left the Divine Dragon Ring after realizing this problem. He appeared in the stone palace and sat cross-legged. He then began to circulate the heaven and earth reincarnation to achieve a breakthrough. As time ticked by, Li Lingtian's aura gradually changed. His aura became stronger and more stable. The five-colored golden core in his dantian spun rapidly. Every time the five-colored golden core spun, his true essence became stronger. In the end, his true essence completely sublimated, and the number of true essence in his dantian also increased. After a while, the golden core kept spinning and rolling. After a long time, the golden core calmed down and there was only a little true essence left. Most of the vital essence entered the five-colored golden core and was absorbed and refined by the five-colored golden core. The golden core grew. Moreover, the true essence in his dantian had also been refined by the golden core and was completely strengthened. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp as it flashed with a gleam. "I've broken through to the second level of the martial emperor realm." His expression was calm and emotionless. His state of mind had also been elevated after this breakthrough. Then, he circulated his cultivation technique and stabilized his realm. He did not expect that he had broken through to rank 2 when he had broken through to the martial emperor realm half a month ago. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Li Lingtian did not leave after his cultivation base breakthrough and his strength had increased tremendously. Instead, he continued to familiarize himself with the Azure Dragon power. 2 days had passed and he was able to control the Azure Dragon power quite well. His strength had increased greatly, and his cultivation had broken through. It was time to find a way out. There were 16 individual palaces in this place. He did not know what was inside. He did as he thought. With a move of his divine sense, the divine formation diagram was displayed and he began to break the array. However, before breaking the array, he had also cast countless array formations. If any danger appeared, he could also hide in the array formation. Palace of Tragic Death. An hour later, the array formation of the Palace of the Tragic Death was broken. Li Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and searched the palace. There was no danger and nothing inside. Xianming Pavilion. Azura Palace. Nether King Palace. Yama Palace. As time went by, Li Lingtian's array formations were broken one by one and the 16 individual palaces were all ransacked. After the last palace, the Ming King Palace, was opened, all 16 individual palaces were searched by him. On the finger of his left hand, a green ring flickered with a strange light. Li Lingtian looked at the ring. This was his third interspatial ring and there were 6 other magical treasures in it. He did not plan to use any of these treasures because they carried a Densine Qi. Only experts who cultivated the underworld technique could use them. Chapter 318, 9 Nether City. Li Lingtian looked at the ring in his hand. This interspatial ring was also a treasure from the underworld. The underworld ring was a spatial ring. Just like the Holy Demon ring, it was a powerful independent space. As for the other treasures, he did not want to touch them at all. They were all treasures from the netherworld. He had many treasures on him, so he naturally did not want to get these sinister treasures from the netherworld. After he was done looting, Li Lingtian slowly made his way to the end of the palace as it was the exit. He had been to this place long ago. It was just that he did not have true essence at that time, so he was simply at his wit's end. Now that everything was settled, it was time to leave. Soon, they arrived at the end. At the end was a huge stone door. On the stone door were countless underworld beasts and underworld mighty figures, as well as countless mysterious formations. Subsequently, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged facing the stone door and began to study the array formation and engravings on the stone door in detail. 9 Nether City, a historical site left behind from ancient times. The demon clan, the Dark Clan, and the Human Clan were the most powerful clans in the ancient times. However, the war between the three races had never stopped. After the Great War of the Gods and Demons, the demon race disappeared, and so did the Dark race. Every race had returned to their own realm. However, there were still many ruins of the Demon Clan and the Dark Clan on the human continent. There were also some survivors of the Demon Clan and the Dark Clan. This Jiuyoming city was also left behind from ancient times, but no one had discovered it. However, this time, the Dongling clan of Qinglan City found out about it and even colluded with the remnants of the Netherworld to make use of each other. The Dongling clan wanted to obtain the treasures of the Nine Nether City to dominate the Azure continent. They had never thought that after countless years of planning, they would actually open a spatial rift in the Nine Nether City during the war with the Yi clan, allowing countless experts to enter. At the same time, the Dongling clan's restriction that led to the Nine Nether City was also broken. This caught the Dongling clan off guard, and in the end, they still brought all their experts into the Nine Nether City. After entering, he found the Yi family, the Lan family, and countless Supreme Realm experts. He immediately felt depressed. No matter how powerful the Dongling family was, they didn't dare to go against all the experts at this time. In the end, they went their own ways and didn't disturb each other. After entering Jiuyoming City and going through countless assassinations and massacres, they finally found the palace in the center of Jiuyoming City. This is the last palace in Jiuyoming City. All the treasures are here. Dongling Mutian said loudly with a bitter look on his face. 37 martial honors from the Dongling clan had arrived, but now, there were only 6 martial honors left. Moreover, only 5 or 6 Supreme Realm experts from the Yi and Lan families survived. Alchemy Master Yunyuan and some super experts had all come. There were also countless experts who went to the wrong place and did not find this place. A total of 41 Supreme Realm experts arrived at the central palace of Jiuyoming City. When they saw the huge palace in front of them, they were all excited. Eastern Tu Mutian, since you have such a good relationship with Ming Xiu, I believe that opening this palace should be very easy for you. Ying Tian looked at the Dongling Mutian. Now that everyone knew about the Dongling clan and Ming Xiu, they didn't have a good impression of the Dongling clan. In the past, the Dongling clan controlled the pills and made countless cultivators angry but not daring to speak up. Now, they finally had the chance. In this place, even if they killed the experts of the Dongling clan, it would be in vain. Dongling Mutian, I haven't settled the score with my Yi family yet. You better return alive or I'll wipe out your Dongling family from the Azure Mist City. Ye Linzong said coldly. The Dongling family had plotted against the Yi family, and now the truth was out. Eastern Tu Mutian, just wait for the wrath of my Lan family. Lan Xiaoyao also stared coldly at the Eastern Tu Mutian. In the past, a level 6 alchemist was high and mighty, but in this place, he had become the target of everyone's attacks. Hehe, Lan Xiaoyao, Yi Linzong, do you think your 2 clans are a match for my Dongling clan? You better not leave this place alive, or I'll make you regret ever being born. Dongling Mutian smiled bitterly in his heart. His Dongling family had planned for 100 years, but it was actually for someone else. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done such a thing. Now, the Dongling family's reputation had been ruined. Even if they found the treasure, the Dongling clan would have to face countless experts fighting over it. Brother Lan, Brother Yi, don't be angry here. Think of a way to open this palace first. Qing Xiao looked at the Yi family and the Lan family. If they continued to fight like this, they would not be able to open this palace. Alright, let's open this palace door first. The other Supreme Realm experts also agreed. Then, everyone began to think of a way to break through the palace door. Seconds passed. Countless experts thought of all the methods, but they could not find a good one. Even the Dongling clan had no way to open the door to this palace. However, at this moment, the palace door creaked and slowly opened. This scene shocked all the experts. Could there really be ghosts in this world? The stone door of this palace actually opened automatically. However, all the experts were stunned. A young man in white walked out of the palace with a faint smile on his face. He strolled outside with a calm expression on his face. Why is it you, Sir Ling Tian, why are you inside, why did you come out from inside? For a moment, all the experts were shocked. Their faces were filled with doubt and greed. Apothecary Yunyuan and the other Supreme Realm martial artists knew Li Ling Tian. They had witnessed how terrifyingly Ling Tian was during the battle in the square. They did not expect him to walk out of the palace. Don't say any more. Point 1 Met in Jian Pain, that bastard. I don't know how I fell into this. Li Ling Tian looked at the many powerhouses. Moreover, the powerhouses here were all at level 2 Supreme Realm and there were even level 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses. He had almost died when he encountered a level 3 heaven. If these guys knew that he had obtained a treasure, wouldn't he be smashed into pieces? As he spoke, the smile on his face became sinister, as if he had seen his sworn enemy. The dozens of powerful Supreme Realm experts were stunned when they saw this. Sir Ling Tian, you met in Jian Pain? Yun Yuansheng was also shocked. He knew that in Jian Pain's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, he had mastered a mysterious skill. Even he did not dare to be careless. Also, not many people knew in Jian Pain. He didn't think that Sir Ling Tian would know this person. It seemed like there was some hatred between the two of them. The other Supreme Realm martial artists had also heard of in Jian Pain. They were also extremely shocked. A martial emperor could actually escape from in Jian Pain's hands. It was really heaven-defying. This despicable person. One only killed Tong Yunfei, yet he sneakily attacked me. Li Ling Tian said coldly as he laughed to himself. It would be a fucking waste of his talent if he did not become the best actor. At the same time, he thought of in Jian Pain. If he met this guy again, he could also fight him. Even if he could not defeat him, he would not be in such a sorry state. Sir Ling Tian, did you meet? Rumble. A martial honor powerhouse asked Li Ling Tian about the treasures he had encountered inside, but before he could finish, there was a loud explosion. The palace in front of him suddenly changed. The palace that was originally only 100 meters in size suddenly expanded. The ground was also changing continuously as Li Ling Tian quickly pulled away from the dozens of powerful warriors. It was not them who were moving, but the earth was expanding. Initially, Li Ling Tian and Apothecary Yun Yuansheng were less than 10 meters apart, but in an instant, they were more than 100 miles apart. In an instant, the ground became 10,000 times larger, and the palace quickly split apart, forming a dozen palaces of different sizes. In the center of the palace, a shocking tower stood. By the time the martial artist reacted, all these changes had already stopped. All the warriors were puzzled by the change just now. Such a change had actually occurred on this land. Martial artists had the ability to shrink the ground into inches, but they didn't have the ability to extend an inch of land. Such a small palace had actually become thousands of times larger. Li Ling Tian was the most shocked as he was the one who knew the situation inside best. Inside, there were 16 places. They were very small, but now, 16 palaces had undergone such changes. More importantly, there was no tower in the middle. Now, there was a tower. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sir Ling Tian, I'll go in now. Immediately, all the martial honor powerhouses flew in. Even alchemist Yun Yuan, the esteemed alchemist, bade farewell to Li Ling Tian and left before quickly entering the palace. In the blink of an eye, Li Ling Tian was the only one left outside the palace. Li Ling Tian shook his head. He did not know how the powerhouses would react, and they realized that the treasure was gone. His body flashed and he followed behind. However, he didn't enter the 16 palaces, but the tower in the center. In a flash, Li Lingtian had flown 1,000 miles and arrived before the central tower. When he entered the tower, it was a huge array altar. Li Lingtian stared at the array altar with a changing expression on his face. He was already very familiar with this palace. Naturally, he would not take the original route and directly came to the tower. However, when he looked at the array altar on the tower, his expression changed. This array altar was actually a divine array. Divine array diagram, sacrifice. His heart kept beating. He didn't know what was under the array altar. He wanted to leave, but he was curious and couldn't bear to leave. After pondering for a while, he took out the divine array diagram and started to tidy up the array on the array altar, using the divine array diagram to break it. Strange spells were cast one after another. The divine array diagram emitted a faint light. At the same time, the array altar also emitted a light. The two rays of light shone on each other, causing the array altar to tremble. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a destructive aura soared into the sky. His entire body bounced up, but he was still shocked. The aura felt familiar. Chapter 319, Heavenly Sword Body, Heavenly Fault Sword. Bang! As Li descended, the light on the array altar became even stronger. As Li Lingtian's body entered the light, his entire body was devoid of strength. It was as if he had entered a hot spring. His body disappeared from the array altar and entered the soft world. This feeling almost made Li Lingtian fall asleep. Although it was a comfortable feeling, he knew that there was no such thing in this world. Often, behind gentleness was destruction. However, no matter how hard one tried to concentrate, they could not resist this kind of gentle and comfortable feeling that made one depressed. At this moment, fear struck. Boom! The familiar aura of destruction appeared again, but this time, it carried the pressure of destruction and suppressed him fiercely. The destructive aura continued to tear his body apart. This aura came from all directions. Li Lingtian floated in the air and allowed his body to be torn apart. The true dragon body barrier automatically defended him, and the moment his body was torn apart, the dragon energy within the true dragon body barrier restored him. The repeated tearing and repairing process had gone on for billions of times. Li Lingtian's body was covered in blood and his face was deathly pale. Moreover, his face had long been distorted. He had also experienced what it meant to be better off dead. At this moment, he might as well die. This feeling was even more terrifying and painful than the 3000 dragon energy world. The destructive pain in his body and mind made it impossible for him to faint even if he wanted to. His mind was extremely clear. While he was in pain, he could clearly sense that this aura was sword intent. It couldn't be said to be sword intent, because it had already exceeded the scope of sword intent. Stronger than sword intent, he wasn't sure what exactly it was. Break and then build, the heavenly sword is reborn. A terrifying will entered his sea of consciousness, and this will attacked his divine sense. Li Lingtian felt as if he was trapped in the air. His body was being torn apart and repaired while his awareness was being attacked by the destructive will. His entire being was on the verge of death. Eye of the Divine Soul. Li Lingtian chanted silently in his mind and cast the Eye of the Divine Soul. This time, the Eye of the Divine Soul was not cast externally but internally. In his sea of consciousness, an earth-shaking battle started. A shocking will, a terrifying soul consciousness, and a soul consciousness were constantly entangled with the foreign will. The will was everywhere, devouring the soul and consciousness, strengthening the soul and consciousness, constantly resisting and resisting. After an unknown period of time, the divine sense and will began a tug of war, and it was impossible to determine the winner at the moment. God's soul. Divine spark. His will suddenly felt a sense of fear because he felt that the divine sense in this human's body was actually going berserk. This divine sense and soul were far beyond his imagination. The soul of a true God and the divine soul of a heaven and earth mutation, when these two things came together, it almost destroyed the will in the blink of an eye. What made it even more terrified was that a divine spark had appeared in this body, a pure divine spark of heaven and earth. Two mysterious things had actually appeared on a human. Such terrifying things immediately made the will tremble. Feeling his will tremble, his divine soul eyes, divine sparks, and powerful soul power attacked his will. There was a loud bang in his sea of consciousness, and his will was scattered. In the end, it was quickly devoured by his divine sense and the eyes of his divine soul. At this moment, the Godhead returned to its original place as if it had never moved. Heavenly Sword Body. Ancient Heavenly Sword Body. Li Lingtian's consciousness and soul crushed the will and discovered that it was the will of the heavenly sword physique. In his pain, he was also shocked by this information and could not help burst out. One could imagine how powerful the impact of the heavenly sword physique on him was. At this moment, the destructive aura in the air no longer tore apart. Instead, it quickly entered his body and continuously strengthened and tempered his body. The shocking aura rushed into Li Lingtian's body and knocked him out. His body was constantly tempered, and his divine sense was also constantly digesting the information of the heavenly sword physique. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian slowly woke up. His body was obviously changing and this change surprised him. However, what surprised him even more was what he saw. In front of him was a world of swords. There were tens of thousands of sharp swords, and each of them was an existence above profound level. With so many profound level long swords, it was a visual impact. Each sword was worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but there were thousands of swords here. This was a world of swords, and he was floating above it. Now, his eyes were attracted by the 36 Supreme Emperor weapons, which were emitting terrifying sword chi. This world was completely dominated by swords and Li Lingtian was just an outsider. If he had not experienced so much, he would have fainted from the majestic sword chi. The 36 monarch weapon swords led thousands of swords. One of the imperial weapons trembled, and the other hundreds and thousands of swords trembled as well. Boom! Just as Li Lingtian was in shock, a similarly translucent sword among the 36 emperor weapon longswords spun out. As the longsword spun, the longswords in this world trembled as if they were worshipping this longsword. It was crystal clear and was exactly the same as his own Tianyu sword, except that it emitted a shocking sword intent. HRNPH, sword intent. Li Lingtian snorted. The tempering of the heavenly sword physique's aura had allowed him to attain the heavenly sword physique. His sword will had also reached a terrifying peak. The sword intent in his entire body soared into the sky and pressed down on the long sword in the middle. Instantly, 10,000 swords trembled. Sacrifice. The sword intent and the long sword clashed. Li Lingtian's heart stirred as a drop of blood essence floated toward the long sword. Instantly, the long sword trembled even more as it continued to repel Li Lingtian's blood essence. However, Li Lingtian's sword will suppressed it and the blood essence began to corrode the long sword. 10 minutes later, the long sword finally quieted down, and so did the 10,000 swords. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the long sword flew over. Instantly, 10,000 swords followed suit and surrounded Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian's blood essence entered the long sword, a consciousness was gradually connected. This long sword caused his expression to change drastically. He was even more surprised. The heavenly fault sword, one of the 5 great saint weapons. He had never expected that this long sword that looked exactly like the Tianyu sword was actually the heavenly fault sword. The divine martial continent had 5 supreme saint weapons. When 5 swords were combined, they would release a shocking power. Now, he had actually obtained 2 of them. Boom! In his body, the sword intent, the heavenly fault sword intent, and the sword intent of the 10,000 swords fused together. The originally peak sword intent quickly mutated. Gradually, the sword will turn ethereal, and this change shocked Li Lingtian. He closed his eyes slightly and felt the aura of the 10,000 swords. His entire person entered a state of emptiness. If anyone were to see him in this state, their jaws would drop in shock because Li Lingtian had entered a state of epiphany. Enlightenment was a legendary enlightenment that could only be encountered by chance. This enlightenment did not have a certain rule, but a flash of inspiration. He did not expect Li Lingtian to enter the state of epiphany so easily. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian slowly extended his right hand and gently waved it. Instantly, a sword aura appeared out of thin air. Force, everything has force, it's just that you haven't noticed it. Sword force was also a form of force. No matter what skill or weapon it was, it had its own force. At this moment, it had surpassed the limits of the transcendent state. With a wave of his hand, a tiny crack appeared on the ground. The crack carried a destructive sword chi. This is the sword aura. Li Lingtian muttered to himself calmly without the slightest change in expression. It was the first time he had grasped sure and felt its existence. The sword had 4 realms, namely sword intent, sword force, sword domain, and sword Dao. He had obtained sword intent, and now he had achieved sword force. This was a sublimation that could only be encountered by chance. Billions of martial artists could never touch the existence of force in their entire lives, but he had comprehended sword force. The sword aura was the most overbearing existence in the world, and also the sharpest aura. At that moment, Li Lingtian's expression changed as he sensed the changes in his dantian. He did not know when his cultivation had risen from a level 2 martial emperor to the current level 4 martial emperor. Moreover, his realm was extremely stable. This discovery made him feel as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he could only attribute all this to the sword force and the body of Rhe. Heavenly sword. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it clearly. Myriad returning swords, refine it. He checked his body carefully. There was no change. The only change was that his cultivation had increased and his strength had soared. There was no problem at all. Moreover, he had achieved the heavenly sword physique. Then, he looked at the 10,000 swords and his face revealed a look of joy. He had cultivated the 10,000 returning swords. In the past, he had relied on the sharp swords of other martial artists. Now, he had so many swords. Moreover, these swords had been used for a long time with the heavenly fault sword and had reached an incomparable tacit understanding. When he used them, their power was even more terrifying. He sat cross-legged and began to use his sword intent and sword force, as well as the capital of the heavenly sword body, to refine these long swords. These long swords were all at the level of profound level weapons and above. With the addition of 36 heaven weapons as the catalyst, he did not know how powerful the myriad of swords would be. As the days passed, Li Lingtian opened his eyes for the first time. All the swords had disappeared. A ball of light appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. Within the ball of light, there were countless exquisite little swords that looked like ants. Li Lingtian had compressed all the swords and gathered them together. When he cast them, they would burst out in an instant, forming a world of swords. Furthermore, the heavenly fault sword had been refined and kept in his dantian. He could not fuse the 2 supreme saint weapons yet. He could only fuse them if he found the other 3 swords. However, there was a slight connection between the 2 swords. When he used myriad returning swords, he could also use it at the same time. At the same time, he could also use any sword at will. Li Lingtian looked around and saw that everything had disappeared. He was now standing in a stone chamber that had been suppressed. He kept the ball of light, and the true essence in his body slowly circulated. His entire body slowly floated up, looking at the sky, and his eyes were slightly closed. The sword will burst out, and a shocking sword will fill the stone room. He casually waved his hand toward the sky. Chapter 320, Ming Xiao appears. Crash. A faint sword aura flashed across the sky. Li Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a crack appeared on the stone wall that was suppressing the sky. The sword's momentum had cut a fine line on the stone wall. The lines extended rapidly, and with a final crash, the stone wall that was suppressing Li Lingtian shattered. Li Lingtian's body also shot up into the sky. The true dragon's protective shield protected his body. His body passed through the stone wall, and when he reappeared, he was already above the array altar. The array altar had also turned into countless fragments. The moment he appeared, Li Lingtian saw a dozen revered martial artists staring at him in a daze. Everyone. Li Lingtian looked at the dozen or so revered martial artists and called out softly to wake them up. However, wherever his gaze passed, he saw a familiar figure. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes, and his expression was calm and without any fluctuation. He slowly descended and looked at the dozen revered martial artists with a smile. He had seen the Yi family, Lan family, Dongling family, and Pill Master Yunyuan among the dozen or so martial supremes. Yin Jianpain was also here. How could he forget the expert who almost killed him? However, at this moment, everyone was covered in wounds, and their faces were filled with fear, as if they had encountered a ghost. Sir Ling Tian, why is it you? What's going on? Grandmaster Yunyuan asked in shock when she saw Li Lingtian. The other revered martial artists were also looking at Li Lingtian in shock. Li Lingtian was puzzled by this expression. He then looked at alchemy master Yunyuan with a questioning gaze. Sir Yunyuan, what happened? Li Lingtian also felt that something was amiss. There must be something that he was unaware of. Otherwise, these revered martial artists would not behave like this. Looking at their appearance, they must have gone through a great battle. If it was not for the treasures, the Supreme Realm experts would not fight each other. However, he had already plundered all the treasures, so it was naturally not for the treasures. Ming Xiao also entered this place. You didn't encounter him? The expression on Grandmaster Yun Yuan's face could not calm down. The terror of Ming Xiao had already exceeded his imagination. Ming Xiao, you've met Ming Xiao, that I didn't see Ming Xiao when I came out. Li Lingtian was also surprised. He had been in there for so long, but he had not seen Ming Xiao. Besides, there was only one stone chamber with no exit. It was impossible for Ming Xiao to enter. Unless Ming Xiao knew formations and had a god formation diagram, it was impossible for him to enter. Looking at the appearance of these Supreme Realm experts, they must have fought with Ming Xiao and were even beaten to such a state. Ming Xiao obtained the heart of Yama, and his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the martial honored realm. We also killed more than 20 experts. Ming Xiao was injured by us and disappeared here. Ying Tian said, explaining the reason behind the matter. They didn't expect to be trapped the moment they entered. More than 40 Supreme Realm experts were killed one by one, leaving only a dozen of them. Ming Xiao was also seriously injured, but he obtained the heart of Yama and broke through to the 8th level of the Supreme Realm. In the end, he was self-destructed by a Supreme Realm expert. He could not resist in time and escaped with serious injuries. He disappeared here. Li Lingtian's sudden appearance made everyone think that Ming Xiao had come out. Impossible. There is a stone room below that is suppressed by a divine array. Other than me, no one can break this array. As Li Lingtian spoke, he activated his divine mind and unleashed the divine array diagram. This was proof that no one could break the array without it. That's strange. Ming Xiao disappeared here. The expressions of all the Supreme Realm experts changed. If Ming Xiao was not here, where did he go? Divine array diagram, heaven and earth array. Heaven ceiling formation. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Lingtian flicked his 10 fingers and cast a series of magic arts. Suddenly, a huge ray of light appeared and covered the area within a radius of 10 miles. None of the powerhouses knew what Li Lingtian was up to. They were all looking at him curiously. Come out. You have nowhere to hide in front of me. Li Lingtian pointed his finger out and the light shield trembled. A mysterious radiance was emitted from within the light shield. Shameless. Arg. A scream sounded out as a hidden figure appeared above the array altar. A terrified expression appeared on his face as a mysterious light continuously corroded his body. Ming Xiao. Pill Master Yun Yuan and the others didn't expect that. They didn't even notice that Ming Xiao was right in front of them. At the same time, the dozen revered martial artists were wary of Li Lingtian. This young man had just broken through to the martial royal realm, yet he had such a mysterious trick up his sleeve. When the few revered martial artists thought of Li Lingtian's cultivation base, they could not help but glance at him. It would have been fine if they did not look at him, but when they did, they were shocked. Sir Lingtian, your cultivation base? How did you reach the 4th level of the martial emperor realm? Alchemist Yun Yuan and the others had witnessed Li Lingtian's breakthrough from a martial grandmaster to a martial emperor with their own eyes. However, in less than a month, he was now a Tier 4 martial emperor. They thought that they were seeing things, but when they saw the others, they were sure that they were not seeing things. Li Lingtian had already reached Tier 4 martial emperor. In this way, he would be able to break through a level every 5 to 6 days. Even a martial apprentice would not be able to break through so quickly. This was a martial emperor. Even a super genius would not be able to break through to the next level without a few years. However, such a thing had actually happened to this young man. What's wrong? Isn't it just a 4th level martial emperor? The other Supreme Realm experts were puzzled when they saw the shock of Alchemy Saint Yun Yuan and the others. They said indifferently. However, all the Supreme Realm experts were stunned by what Grandmaster Yun Yuan said. A rank 4 martial emperor is nothing. What if he only reaches rank 1 martial emperor from a martial grandmaster in a month? Alchemy Master Yun Yuan glanced at the Supreme Realm expert beside him disdainfully. He was still in shock. What? A month ago, he was still a martial arts grandmaster who broke through to the martial emperor realm. Now, he has actually reached the 4th rank? All the revered martial artists were stunned. This blow was even worse than seeing a ghost. Breaking through to Tier 4 in a month? What kind of person was this? Even a god couldn't do it. Boom! The heaven and earth formation and the heaven locking formation trembled continuously. The shocked Supreme Realm experts also woke up. The young man in front of him was not human. He was a monster. He could not be calculative with this young man. If he were to be serious, he would lose. Comparisons were infuriating, but people would be fools if they wanted to compare themselves to evildoers. Ming Xiao, who was inside the heaven-locking formation, kept bombarding the formation. The formation was about to be destroyed at any moment. The last trace of true essence in the bodies of more than a dozen Supreme Realm experts circulated as they looked at Ming Xiao in horror. There is only one way to kill him. Li Lingtian looked at Ming Xiao, who was inside the array formation. He flicked his fingers and the divine array diagram's radiance flickered even more intensely. His expression was grave. This Ming Xiao was still at the 4th heaven and had only forcefully raised his cultivation to the 8th heaven. His strength was violent but unstable. If he was not careful, he would fall back to his original realm. However, Ming Xiu's current cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Even the divine array diagram could only suppress him temporarily. He would not be able to suppress him later. The only way was to use the true essence of a supreme realm expert to stabilize this array and quickly consume Xiao Ming's true essence. At that time, he would use the myriad returning swords to kill Xiao Ming in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when he reacted, they would be finished. If he didn't kill Ming Xiu in Jiuyou City, he would be a future threat. At that time, he wouldn't be able to find an exit in peace. Even if there was an exit, he wouldn't be able to leave. We can kill him? Dongling Mutian was shocked. The other martial venerables were also shocked. A martial emperor actually said such words. He really would not rest until he shocked everyone. Humph, he's just a 4th level supreme realm expert. On the surface, he's only at the 8th level. However, if his realm drops to the 4th level later, won't it be easy to kill him? Li Lingtian snorted coldly. He did not have a good impression of this Dongling Mutian. After all, the ruffian Dongling Yu had made him a little angry. He was afraid of the Dongling family's strength and allowed Dongling Yu to live in his hands. In the end, the Dongling clan had colluded with the remnants of the Netherworld. This made him look down on the Dongling clan even more. Any family or warrior could be despicable, but they couldn't collude with outsiders. Colluding with outsiders was worse than betraying the country. Sir Ling Tian is right. We've already seen the situation clearly. He forcefully advanced to the 8th heaven. However, it's easier said than done to return his realm to its original state. Even a martial supreme can't do it. Apothecary Yunyuan was surprised that Li Lingtian could see through Xiao Ming's background with a single glance. Then, he asked the question that puzzled all the revered martial artists. Was there any way to lower his realm? From the looks of it, Li Lingtian seemed to have a solution. I'll cast a formation. You guys use your true qi to stabilize the formation. At a certain time, his cultivation level will waver. Li Lingtian spoke nonchalantly as if he was talking about something as simple as eating. The dozen revered martial artists were rendered speechless. Was there such a thing in this world? Even if there was such an array, it was impossible for them to use their true essence to stabilize the array. The true essence in their bodies could not last for a moment. Sir Ling Tian, I'm afraid this won't do. By the time we recover our true origin, it'll already be a few hours later. At that time, this array would have been broken long ago, and we would have died here. Grandmaster Yun Yuan revealed a bitter smile. Even if he had pills, it would take him a few hours to recover his true qi. By then, this Xiao Ming would have come out. It's fine. This is simple. Li Lingtian took out a jade bottle and took out a dozen pills from it. Then, the dozen pills flew toward all the revered martial artists. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air. The refreshing medicinal fragrance lifted the spirits of the dozen revered martial artists. They wondered what Li Lingtian's elixir was for. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.